party members told AFP that Fayulu was taken to an unknown destination by a group of men in military and civilian clothing. The men appeared to be led by an officer from the Democratic Republic of Congo's military intelligence agency, which investigates unpatriotic acts. Political tension has been on the rise in the DRC ahead of a presidential vote due at the end of the year, which Mr. Kabila, who has been in office since 2001, cannot contest under the current constitution. Now moving into our foreign news wrap, Pope Francis admonished Moscow's political and religious leaders to take on drug violence, calling for true justice and prophetic courage against the scourge afflicting the country. Elsewhere, Russia maintains a ceasefire deal for Syria agreed by major powers was more likely to fail than succeed. We bring you more in our foreign news wrap. The Argentine-born pontiff used his visit to the National Palace and the capital's cathedral to send tough messages to the country's elite on the first full day of a cross-country tour of some of Mexico's hotspots. At the palace, with President Enrique Pena Nieto by his side in a patio packed with lawmakers and government officials, Francis told them political makers have a duty to give true justice and effective security to Mexicans. He said experience has shown that each time people seek the path of privileges or benefits for a few to the detriment of the good of all, society becomes a fertile soil for corruption, drug trade, exclusion of different cultures, violence, and also human trafficking. It is reportedly the kind of message that many ordinary Mexicans are fed up with, a decade of drug violence that has left more than 100,000 dead or missing were hoping for. Thousands of Catholic faithfuls who stood outside the National Palace in the historic Zocalo Square broke into cheers at the Argentine pontiff's words. Meanwhile, Russia maintains that a ceasefire deal for Syria agreed by major powers was more likely to fail than succeed. International divisions over Syria surfaced anew at Munich's conference, where Russia rejected French charges that it was bombing civilians just a day after world powers agreed on the cessation of hostilities. U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry retaliated accusations that Russia was hitting legitimate opposition groups and civilians with its bombing campaign in Syria and said Moscow must change its targets to respect the ceasefire deal. The conflict, reshaped by Russia's intervention last September, has gone into even higher gear since the United Nations sought to revive peace talks. These were suspended earlier this month in Geneva before they got off the ground. The Syrian army looked poised on Saturday to advance into the Islamic State-held province of Raqqa for the first time since 2014. The cessation of hostilities deal falls short of a formal ceasefire since it was not signed by the warring parties, the government and the rebels seeking to topple President Bashir al-Assad in a 5-year-old war that has killed 250,000 people. We take you back to FDC's Dr. Chiza Besigye, who has been arrested and detained by the police for having his campaigns in Kampala, or whatever that means. We will continue to bring you up to speed with what continues to transpire in the city center. Remember, a few hours ago, Dr. Chiza Besigye and his supporters were stopped and hit with tear gas along the streets of Kampala as he led the procession all the way to Nassau Road. But the police intercepted and said that he was doing it illegally and therefore had been arrested. Moses Walugembe is on standby to bring us the updates of what's going on in the city. Moses Walugembe, can you kindly give us an update of what's going on with Dr. Chiza Besigye? Moses, can you hear me? Moses Walugembe, can you hear me? Kindly give us an update on what's going on with Dr. Chiza Besigye. Has he been released? What's going on?
Well, Dr. Kizza Besigye has been arrested as we speak right now. He was arrested by Mr. Baguma from CPS. I'm yet to know his capacity from CPS, but he was arrested along Jinja Road as he tried to cross through to Nasa Road. Now, we had moved all the way from Kamocha, and his procession was heading to Nasa Road. And as we proceeded around Jinja Road junction, that's where police denied Dr. Besigye, refused him to go through that passage, and they were insisting that he gets through the road near the railway, and the procession was continuing to grow, and so Dr. Besigye decided to use his feet to cross over through to Nasa Road, and that's where police came in and intervened, and tear gas was fired, later on arresting him. Currently he's being held up here at Jinja Road police station, and we are yet to know why he was arrested. Mr. Baguma has not told us clearly why he has arrested him, but all I can say is right inside here, and he is being held in here.
Well, Moses Walugembe, can you kindly tell us, that is Chira Road Police Station, allow me correct you. You had earlier on said that you were at Jinja Road Police Station, but that seems to be Chira Road, just below the NBS offices. But tell us, where are his supporters at this particular moment? Are they outside the police station waiting for their candidate to come out? What charges are being held against him? What reason has he been detained by the police?
Well, first of all, I want to say sorry if I say Jinja Road. It is Chila Road Police Station where Dr. Besigye is being held up, and this is where I'm standing. Now, most of his supporters followed him up, of course, most of them on borders. They came together right here, straight to Chila Road Police Station, and they are just around the police. They have surrounded it. Of course, police patrol vehicles have also surrounded them, and they are not letting anyone come in. Just like you see across the road, these are some of his supporters, just right here. And I mean, these are his supporters here, most of them speaking a number of words, asking police to release their candidates so they can continue with their campaigns. And so they followed him up. Others are just around the other side, and all of them are right here. They are ensuring that at least their candidate is let free so that he continues with his campaigns later on.
Now, Moses Walugembe, unlike you, the rest of us do not know how his arrest went on. Kindly tell us the process in which Dr. Kizza Besigye was arrested by these police officials.
Well, Mildred, like I told you, we were crossing through to Nasa Road. Dr. Besigye's next rally was supposed to be at Nasa Road, that is in the Central Business District. And he had a procession of people that were following him as they led to the next destination. And around Jinja Road Junction, that is where then police blocked the road. And there were, of course, a number of police patrol vehicles placed right over there. And under the command of Mr. Baguma, I also saw Mr. Chemsuto and a number of other police officers right along the Jinja Road Police Junction, and it is there that they refused the cars to cross through. Now, Dr. Besigye decided to use his feet, so he came off his vehicle, VX, and he decided that he uses his feet to cross over. It was about 50 meters from Jinja Road Jinja Road Junction to the other next destination at Nasa Road, where he was supposed to hold his next rally. And so that's where then police came in and they fired tear gas. But Dr. Besigye insisted that he had to move straight to his next destination where he was supposed to hold his rally. And then that's when police then came in and they arrested him. Mr. Baguma ordered for his arrest, and he was arrested, placed on a truck, rushed to CPS, from where he was then rushed to Jinja Road Police Station, where he is right now.
Well, Moses Walugembe, thank you so much for that update. We'll be coming back to you briefly, but for those of you who are completely unaware of what's going on, Dr. Kizza Besigye has been arrested by the police as he was leading his procession all the way to Nasa Road, where he was going to hold a campaign and address the people and tell them why he should be voted as president come 18th February. That is this week. However, let's take you back to when his supporters were dispersed by tear gas and he was arrested by the police.
Run, kawan.
Sijakuja.
No tukaro tukubatia gaso kuba tuwerekera omukulembeze gwe twagala fenga abantu nga mwatekawo deme tulina okwesalirawo obukonge tubulina buli gora batambulawo.
Now, there you had to see FDC supporters being dispersed with tear gas. And then there again, we tell you, there we showed you how his procession was dispersed by the police using tear gas. But now we take you to the earlier pictures when Dr. Chizabe J was arrested by the police.
Shoot to kill, but you are taking doctor anywhere. Nani, you stop! Stop. Upon what have I done? Upon what did the other people? Yo! That police, you got to... from here. What are you?
Hello, use a guide. Use a guide. Who is this man? Who is this man? Get up. Get up. I am producing. Come on, move it. Boy. Get down. Okay. Wait. Allô, babe, use a guide. Boss. Sir! You go! Take him, you go! Singa boss. Kiri है Madonna scaffire, perché la parte dietro la road? One people! Takwata nako! Takwata nako! Bakute! Wanda mumu kwata ko! Mumu binana chi! Ela
Moses Walugembe is still on standby at Kira Road Police Station to tell us what the process is looking like. Moses, give us an update. Those are live pictures from Chira Road, where FDC candidate Dr. Chiza Besigye has been detained along with woman contender for MPC, that is FDC's Nabila Nagai, who went with him along. First he was held at Ginger Road Police Station, then he was transferred to Chira Road Police Station. Moses Walugembe, kindly give us an update of what is going on at Chira Road.
Well, like you can see, Dr. Besigye was earlier on detained here at Chira Road Police Station. Right now, they are taking him to another place that we do not know, and you can see right there, he is refusing to board onto the police patrol car under the command of Mr. Bakaleke. And so you can see that is what is happening right now. They want him to board, to get onto another police patrol car so that he can be taken to another place where we don't know. And so he is insisting, he is refusing to go. Like you can see right there, they are trying to negotiate with Mr. Siraje Bakareke. And you can see that Mr. Besigye, they are now pushing him into the truck, and they have pushed him into that car right there, into the police patrol vehicle, and they are now taking him away by Mr. Siraje Bakareke there at the front. And so that is what is happening right now at Chira Road Police Station, and so they are then driving him. We will be following him up and hello.
Walugembe continues. There you see our reporters. We are diehards. We follow the story as it happens. And you see Moses Walugembe on top of a truck with our cameraman equally on a border trying to establish the unknown location of where Dr. Chiza Besigye has been taken. He has been detained by the police and he has been transferred between. Now this will be the third place. First he was taken to Ginger Road Police Station. There we see Nabila's van or campaign truck following to see where they have taken their candidate. Now initially he was held at Ginger Road Police Station, then taken to Chira Road Police Station. And now Moses Walugembe tells us that he's been taken to an unknown location where initially he had refused to aboard the police truck, but now is in it with the woman MP contender and is heading to an unknown destination. Earlier on, Dr. Chiza Besigye's procession was halted by the Uganda police when he was going to Nasser Road, where he was supposed to hold a rally, but his procession was intercepted by the police, who then threw tear gas to his supporters and then brought that. They're the people that said no matter what, we want our president and continue to follow no matter where they take him. When you listen closely to our footage, you hear supporters coming out and saying, let our president go. He is the man. We will follow no matter what. Well, hourly updates will be given to you here on NBS. We continue to take you through all Dr. Chiza Besigye, who is the FDC went. Now, when he headed towards the road, he was stopped by the where they say he and he went off Pradovi and then decided to walk foot. However, the police said that this wasn't illegal and they started to throw tear gas. We showed you a few live pictures of what transpired through the streets of Kampala this afternoon. Well, then after that, we have so much more going on. And then after, we see him arrested and many of his supporters refuse to let down, and they say that they will not stand down no matter how the police continue to handle the situation. Supporters of Dr. Chizabe Besigye continue to walk with him, and they say that they are diehards. Now, Dr. Chizabe Besigye was first held at the Ginger Road Police Station briefly, then rushed to Chira Road Police Station, and now he heads to an unknown location. But our reporter Moses Walugembe is on standby to tell us what is going on in that front. Now, Chizabe Besigye continues to be the one candidate in the spot today, and as much as we have so many candidates traversing the city center is where all this chaos seems to hail. Coming with me on to join me briefly will be Mildred Tahaise as we elaborate more on what is going on in the city center. Mildred, how are you?
I'm doing great, Isabella.
So you've seen what's going on in town.
Very true.
What do you take on this?
This is what I said earlier, that it's not a good indicator 3 days to the elections. I did expect this. Chizabe Besigye cannot be detained. He couldn't stay detained at Ginger Road Police Station. Yes. We know the kind of chaos that could have caused in the city. So many people would have continued to flock at the area. Same applies. He cannot be detained in at Chira Road Police Station because this is a much smaller, detention facility. And it's in the city center. We know the kind of crowds that Dr. Chizabe Besigye could bring about when he's detained around. So to try and bring normalcy to the city, he specifically has to be taken out. And remember, the most prominent or the most known detention place for Chizabe Besigye is always Nagalama Police Station. But for now, we're not yet very sure where he's been taken to, where he's been whisked away to. Oh, you just saw. He was also trying to argue out with a policeman. Where are you taking me to? Yeah, exactly. But we will yet identify where Dr. Chizabe Besigye has been taken as the political command center. But I will just maintain, like I earlier on said, that it could still go to. But let's try to look at where there is a lot more of business and where business could come to a standstill just because of an arrest. In the city center, Chira Road Police Station, that is more of not exactly in the middle of the city center, but at least it's more of the urban area where there is a lot of business going on. There is a lot of, kind of activity that is taking place. And having hundreds and hundreds of people pile up, you know there is going to be traffic jam because probably the roads are going to be blocked at a point in time or something like that. And the chaos would be much more immense than there would be away from the city center. And just like you said, we're just speculating. Most probably he could have been taken to Nagalama Police Station or wherever he is taken. But as long as it is out of the city center for the police, that does work out because at least business is remaining usual as it is in the city and back. That's a little bit away from the
Mildred,
city.
I would like to, I actually, at this point, I do not think business is as usual because how would you perceive the police in regard of ordinary people? I mean, we're in the city center and they decide to disperse. We saw little children running out. Where's my mommy? Where's I don't know who? What does this spell out for the police force? Do they have regard for the people in the city?
Well, I don't want to, like I earlier said, I don't want to exonerate any of the sides. But when you get to look at the police, sometimes we ask, this is a question we always ask from the police. Is it necessary to use tear gas? Is it necessary? Now, I think these are just live pictures that are coming in through from the trail that's taken Dr. Chizabe Besigye to wherever. We do not know we do not know what exactly is happening. But just getting to answer you, the question is, do we need such kind of pressure? And this is what the police always says. It depends on the collaboration of the person being arrested.
Yes.
Now, in this case, when you have Dr. Chizabe Besigye with so many crowds, how easy is it for you to get him personally out of the crowd? That means you have to have a mechanism of having the crowds dispersed. And to police, I think it's become a norm to use tear gas, which I always don't find right. I always never find it right, but I mean, they will give every reason to justify the use of tear gas. But it's not the greatest thing to do.
Looking at the UN Human Rights Report that came out, police was looked at as one of the top organs that is leading in brutality and violating the law. We have just seen footages of Nabila Nagai, who is a woman contender of
Kampala,
yes,
yeah, woman member.
Yes, and she was sitting in the van with
and then a police
their
officer
candidates,
decides
and
to
he
sit on.
decides to sit on her. I mean, this is completely appalling. If at least no regard for her as an MP, then have regard for her as a woman.
As a woman,
You understand my point?
I really found that so terrible. I really found it awful, and I do not know what that police officer was thinking about at that point in time. Because if you're trying to say you only tried to arrest Kizza Besigye, and then what? How did Nabila get into the van? Even if we were to give you the benefit of doubt and say Honorable Nabila just pushed her way into the van, does it necessitate you to sit on her and try to force your way? Would even the traffic rules have allowed in the very first place for four people seated in front of a police van? I think it wasn't called for, and I think the IGP will get to react on this maybe.
Well, Mildred, and like you, I share the same opinion with you, and we hope that you are continuing to keep it NBS. Let's revisit the footage of what is going on with Besigye's campaign trail. Moses Walugembe is on standby with him. Now here we revisit footage of him and his supporters being dispersed with tear gas through the streets of Kampala, and quite frankly you can see tear gas, very many dispersed masses of people, border cyclists, borders that have fallen down, motorcycles, a tear gas can emitting the gas and probably affecting the people on the other side that were not part of that procession.
Gwevayo. Run, kawansi.
Sijakuja.
No tukano tukubatia gaso kuba tuwerekera omukulembeze gwe twagala fenga abantu nga mwatekawo deme tulina okwesalirawo obukonge tubulina buli gola batambulawo.
Shoot to kill, but you are taking doctor anywhere. Nani, you stop! Stop. Upon what have I done? Upon what did the other people? Yo! That police, you got from here.
What are you? Hello, who's that guy? Who's this man? Get down. Wait. Allô? Babe! C'est où ça gagne?
Boss. Sir! You go!
Take him, you go.
Singa boss.
Kiri ya.
okulaga butitiizi kyebalaga ekyo kya butitiizi ne banakola batya dokita abantu bamwagala nnyo ffe tulinze ekintu ekyo tekiriyo.
We have to fight for our freedom. If they think that the election will not take place, they are lying. We are going to vote and we shall die for our right.
Kale oyo muntu atulwanirira nga ffe bannayuganda tulina okukwatira wamu nga bannayuganda tulwanyise omusajja agende. Kale oyo mukulembeze waffe alina otuwanirira.
Bamukwala ng'alina okuba mu kibuga olwaleero. Lwaki bamukwala ng'alina okuba mu kibuga olwaleero? Bani badde bamuleka n'akuba kabe batukubye eri ne tukomawo bani baze n'agenda n'afuna abantu be mu tawuni. Lwaki ate bamukwata? Tukooye embeera embi.
Now we want to start you. Okay, Maure, you capture this one as he's enforcing him.
Gwevayo. Run, kawan.
Sijakuta.
No tukano tukubatia gaso kuba tuwerekera omukulembeze gwe twagala ffe ng'abantu nga mwateekawo eddeme tulina okwesalirawo obukonge tubulina buli gola batambulawo.
Mildred, what do you think this spells for the Uganda Police Force?
Well, a lot more to read into, like I said, I'm not exonerating any of the sides, reading into the manner of arrest. Probably the commander will probably come out to explain the manner of arrest, but I want to give it a benefit of doubt that probably this is just happening as the way it is, and I'm only praying and hoping that Uganda will remain peaceful. This will not plunge us into any kind of violence that has been anticipated. Let us hope, well, as we still get to know where Dr. Kanokiza Besigye has been whisked away to, we only pray. I know this has disrupted his campaign schedule today, and yet campaigns are meant to be ending tomorrow. But well, let's hope for the very best. I just want to be positive as I can in this period and ensure that Ugandans as well, and pray that Ugandans take on the same.
Well, Mildred, this is not the first time Dr. Kizza Besigye has been arrested. Many a time he's been arrested. What do you think this spells out for the government and for Kizza Besigye? Is he looked at as the enemy of progress?
Well, I wouldn't say the police looks at Dr. Kano Kizza as the enemy of progress or the enemy of the state or something like that. But, well, the police has come out quite a number of times to explain themselves on the kind of arrest. And they always target to the mannerisms, most especially that come around with the supporters that do follow him up. And well, I also think the police for now would only have a problem with his kind of message that he's been preaching all throughout, and that is the message of defiance. That is the message of defiance. Yes. But I want to keep it plain that has just come. It has just come. We've seen so many of the arrests, and you know, no charges have been levied on him in so many cases, and even the charges that were earlier put on him when appeared before the courts of law, there was no substantial evidence, and most of these cases were actually discharged, you know, and taken off, and he had no case to answer. But as we wait to know where he is, I will continuously say, Ugandans, can we remain peaceful? Can we remain a better Uganda, not a bitter Uganda, just like if I would refer to what moderator Shaka Sali said. Yes. Let's keep peaceful. Well, this has happened, yes. It doesn't come off easy for the FDC. It doesn't come off easy for the opposition side. But can we get a positive out of everything that has happened?
Mildred, I want us to look back at the presidential debate. The president came out and said that no matter what, there will continue to be peace in the country. Do you think Besigye's arrest has come at a time when the president is trying to preach the message of peace to his people, that no one will destruct the peace of the nation? Once when he was addressing masses in Kololo during a religious council summit in Kololo, he said that those who try to interfere will be smashed and left with no traces. What does this spell out?
The arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye, if I would only take it, because I've been in the studio, if I would only take it from the explanation that Moses Walugembe gave earlier on, that he was trying to cross over from Ginger Road, crossing over to Nasser Road, and he couldn't be allowed to cross on. I know that comes with the crowds that he was having, and then he decided to move on from his car and use his, and cross over barefoot to Nasser Road. Yes. I wouldn't see that as a problem. Probably what the police could have been doing at the point in time, if they needed to have a halt of the traffic flow for Dr. Kizza Besigye, because he is scheduled to be in that place anyway. Yes. It is still presidential campaign time. He is a presidential candidate. So I think if police had just provided maybe the kind of protection that Dr. Kizza Besigye needed and just transited him from Ginger Road to Nasser Road, most probably we wouldn't have this kind of news that we are relaying up right about this time. But also, like I said, I need to know into the manner of, you know, engagement that Dr. Kizza Besigye had with the police to be able to lead into the arrest and the tear gas that we did see.
Well, as you can see, NBS keeps you informed of what's happening with what's going on in the country, in the city, in the state. Right now, Bahati Remi is on standby in Soroti District, and she will be telling us what is happening. Bahati is with John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, who is equally trying to seek votes in that particular area. But Mildred, looking at Dr. Kizza Besigye himself, the numbers are nothing new, are they? We've seen Besigye collect numbers almost everywhere that he goes. On the day of nomination, there was almost no flow of traffic because the masses carried him from where he was up until where he held his first campaign rally. Mildred, do you think that this spells out anything right for the police, for Besigye? What does this say?
Numbers, numbers, numbers. This is another issue of discussion that has gone around in the media circles and for very many political commentators. But there is just one question that I keep on asking myself. Do the numbers translate into the votes on the voting day? True. And yes, if they do, well, we will wait for 18th of February, which is just on Thursday. Just 2 days away. Now I'm counting down 2 days away if I would try to exclude today, Monday, out of that. So we have Tuesday and Wednesday. And on Thursday, we'll be able to determine whether when it comes to numbers, Dr. Kizza Besigye has a thing at it. And I must say, maybe this time, it is even becoming much, much more better with his campaign, with the fact that in the first place, there was a bit of the elections, the intra-elections within FDC that also enabled him to move and traverse the entire country before the campaigns could officially begin. Or we could call it consultative meetings as part of the FDC while the vote was going on to choose whether it was him
Mildred, please allow me to interject too. Bahati Remi is on standby where John Patrick, Mama Mbabazi will be addressing the press.
So it's not proper, and I think that really the state should desist from this.
And the message police? Couldn't it be a plot probably by the sitting regime to cause chaos? That it has been saying that
I don't want to speculate as to the cause. I said they may be up some game. I don't know which one. That's speculative enough. But I don't want to go beyond that to be specific.
Any message to police?
Yes, my appeal to the police is they should resist. You know, police in the beginning, you remember, had been playing a partisan role. Unashamedly playing a partisan role. Kihura is a cadre, and he was in the election as a cadre to support the party. Now, but as the election moved on, it appeared to me that the police, and with the international observers coming in, it appeared to me that the police was acting in a restrained way. Although they blocked me from going to Anaka the other time, unreasonably so, as if I'm a prisoner, still it was not tear gas, because there is a chap in Dokoro. There was an officer called Kayondo who tear gassed me and shot live bullets at me because I wanted to get out of my car to tell my supporters that I was sorry. I was late because that meeting had been dispersed. I was not going to the venue, I was on the highway. So that Kayondo obviously has a problem, I think, personally, and we will deal with it eventually. Now, so the police should be careful. I thought they are beginning to behave, some of them, to behave as state institution, because if they continue like this, then, as I have said before, they want to turn Uganda into a police state even now, before the election, meaning that they want to determine the outcome of this election by police action, not by the action of the people.
There's word that they are going to arrest you after you cast your vote. Have you heard about it?
No, but you know, the way they are behaving, I wouldn't be surprised. Why would they arrest me? That I have voted, that I have won, most probably. They will arrest me in order to say that I have not won. It will be an offense to win the election.
Are you shaken?
Do I look shaken?
Honorable, have you imagined...
As I say, these are meant to intimidate people. And obviously, you know, I'm not one who gets easily intimidated.
Whatever is happening, could it be a sign of panic? Is the government pressing a...
I don't know, but it's not proper, and the state should refrain and desist from these actions.
Honorable, have you actually imagined your life after the 18th polls, given the utterances that you actually been making in these several press conferences?
Have I been making which ones? Which utterances?
You remember in the last presidential debate, you actually said you regret having not resisted dictatorship whenever it showed face. And were you trying to refer to President Museveni, your ally, who you have been working with, that he is a dictator?
You have changed the question, Remy. Because you are talking of my utterances in press conferences and being afraid. So, but as I said, because this is what Saddam was asking, obviously I'm not afraid. If I was afraid, I wouldn't be in this. I'm not the type to be frightened. Because you see, this is a cause. We are pursuing a cause of change for the better for this country. And I have been advocating for a peaceful change. You know that all along. So for the state to insist on introducing violence in this election is very unfortunate. And I hope really that they will desist from it. Okay, let's go.
Well, Isabella and Mildred, that was Honorable John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, was actually responding to the arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye. And he has actually on several occasions accused the Uganda police force of being partisan and playing partisan politics to keep President Yoweri Museveni in power. But those are his allegations. I cannot particularly say that police is partisan, but Amama Mbabazi has insisted on several occasions that the Uganda police force is partisan, and he has actually said panic right now should not be an option. He has always said it, and he says he has always accused General Kale Kaihura that he acts on the orders of President Yoweri Museveni. Of course, Ugandans in Soroti here have been watching the live images on NBS television, and their tensions have raised. They wonder why would Dr. Kizza Besigye actually be arrested after making several accusations on the current regime. Let me sample two of the people who have actually been watching the images and tell us what do they think about these images, the arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye. How is sir?
Oh, fine. Good afternoon to you.
Well, there, Bahati Remy. Well, Bahati Remy, we apologize to cut you short, but Besigye's actions continue to happen, and let's continue to see what happens in the streets of Kampala, if at all in Kampala. Moses Walugembe is on standby. Well, Moses Walugembe is our reporter from NBS, telling us that the unknown destination of the FDC president, those are live pictures. We are yet to establish where FDC's candidate has been taken off to. There we see Dr. Kizza Besigye with Nabila Nagai.
Well, we're just looking at the live pictures, and he's still with Nabila Nagai Simpala,
yes.
who he was earlier on arrested with. Well, to identify, we can see it's a drizzle. We can see, but I think this should be Dr. Kizza Besigye's residence in Kasangati. Drizzling. It's not drizzling. It's actually raining.
It's raining.
Yes, we confirm it is. And probably this will be another phase of house arrest that he has always complained against.
So this brings us to the question: how does he proceed with his patrol van drive off leave his residence with police board?
Well, going to be speaking to the press, and he has always said that well, his home is not but him being dropped off, I think, just brings in the aspect. And remember, he was going to a at Nasser Road in one of his. Yet to what exactly Dr. Kizza Besigye has to say in this very regard. Kenyans are waiting for about this time, and I know in Isabella, he will be speaking to the press about what things him being taken back.
Well, Mildred, if at all he's been taken back to his house for what we now term as a house arrest, what does this spell for his campaigns? Will the Electoral Commission add him the extra day to continue to traverse for votes in the city?
Sure, the Electoral Commission cannot. The Electoral Commission cannot be able to just go up and give him more of time, because officially campaigns stop tomorrow. Let's go and naturally look at what exactly is taking place at Kasangati.
In Kasangati.
Baba deba tubise mfufu neka ndajaje nkuba ba tubise mfufu ngoro zitukube ngazitukube mfufu panga na nefu kapitika ezile tumufu
Well, you would allow us to engage with Moses Walgembe at this point in time and get to know what exactly is happening, what Dr. Kizza Besigye has to say about his delivery to home. And we would want to engage with Moses Walgembe at this point in time. Moses, are you able to hear us out? Yes. Hello, Moses.
Yes, hello.
Yes, could you...
Residence here in Kasangati, and that's where police dropped him right through town, and he has entered inside, and we are yet to know what is next now. But he insists he's going for his other rally back to town.
You seem very exhausted, very tired. Tell us about the experience of getting...
hello, and...
Moses. You seem very tired, you seem very exasperated. Let's hear what Erias Lukwago has to tell us.
Yes, we are standing with the Lord Mayor, Erias Lukwago, who has been traveling with Dr. Besigye. Mr. Lukwago, you just saw what happened. Just tell us what could have caused all this.
It's impunity in this country. Reign of terror. It's a reign of terror. It's a dictatorship, nothing else. Because we had our program, it was duly approved by the Electoral Commission. We had to harmonize and synchronize with all these other candidates. It was duly submitted to police. They knew our moves. And we started our journey early in the morning peacefully. At Kamocha, we had a peaceful rally at the playground down there. We set off to move to downtown as agreed. And the route was very clear. Right from Kamocha to Nkuruma Road, Nakasero. Then we continue to Arua Park and have our rally in Makerere at 2 p.m. Thereafter, we were supposed to come back, Kafumbe Mukasa, and then have a final rally in Chisenyi. And surprisingly, they rudely interrupted the movements.
Dr. Besigye is also here at his residence. Doctor would want to just talk to you briefly to tell us what could have, caused all this.
I have no idea. You should ask the people who caused it.
Okay, are you going back to your rally? We want to know.
We are going to attempt to. Yeah.
Yes, you are live on NBS, Doctor. People would want to know. What is this that we are going?
What is happening is what we really have been expecting to happen. That the regime will panic over their absolute lack of support in the population, and that they will try to cause chaos, and that they will try to increase their intimidation and harassment of people to discourage them from voting. My request is that our people should remain firm, should remain resolute, and should vote out this regime. There is no need to fear at all. What they are doing is simply intimidation that we have spent this whole campaign telling you about. It's the intimidation that keeps dictators in power. Even though they intimidate our people, this time around, let us be strong, let us be resolute, let us remain firm, let us also remain law-abiding, because they are the ones breaking the law. We have not broken any law. We are doing what we are doing as lawfully as we can, and we shall assert our rights against lawbreakers. And that is why, indeed, right from the beginning, we said this is a campaign of defiance. We defy law breaking by the regime, which is what they are doing today.
They were claiming that you weren't supposed to be holding a rally at NASA, yet the information we had is that you were supposed to hold.
Of course we are, and they know it, and the Electoral Commission knows it. There is absolutely no reason at all that they can advance to explain what they are doing.
Have they explained to you why you were arrested?
Absolutely nothing. Bannaffe kye bagezaako okukola kye tusuubira nti babadde era basuubirwa kukola kutiisatiisa abantu baffe, kugezaako okulaba nti tebakuba kalulu, kugezaako okulaba nti batya nnyo ne balowooza nti waliwo akabi akagenda okubaawo. Naye nze nsaba bannayuganda bagume nga bwe bazze bagumye, kubanga okutiisibwatiisibwa kwe kutukuumye mu mbeera eno. Olwaleero tulina okuwangula, okutiisibwatiisibwa kwe bagezaako okukola. Bannansi bannaffe musigale nga muli bagumu, musigale nga muli banywevu, era n'akalulu tukakube ffenna, tubalage nti akalulu kaffe era tujja kukakuba, era tukakube nga bwe twagala.
Bagambye nti wadde tulina agenda Nasarwa, wadde balagamba Electoral Commission adde kutegeeza.
Tewali atakimanyi, ne poliisi ekimanyi yennyini, ne Electoral Commission ekimanyi. Programu yaffe ebadde entangaavu, era tewali nsonga yonna lwaki twandigaaniddwa okukola ekyo kye tubadde tulina okukola mu kampeyini ya leero. Tuddayo.
I do not know if Walgembe Moses can still hear me out. Do you still get me right now?
Saying there right here at his residence, insisting he's going back for his other rallies later on in the day. He's actually not sitting at home. He says he's going right back to complete his campaign rallies today.
Walgembe bw'osobola okugezaako okutukyusizaamu eri bannaffe balaba NBS essaawa eno. Dr. Kizza Besigye biki byabadde annyonnyola naddala nnyo ku ngeri gye bamukutemu? Well, unfortunately we cannot be able to get to Moses Walgembe, naye okuddiramu katono nnyo balaba NBS television ewalala wonna. Dr. Kizza Besigye agamba nti programu ye yonna olunaku olwaleero ebadde ntangaavu kubanga twamulabye okuva ku makya ng'ava ku Kamocha yayogeddeko n'abantu abamu, then olwavudde Kamocha natambula mu convoy ye nga werekeddwako abawagizi be bangi ne bayitira ku Acacia Mall n'ebifo ebirala, naye ndowooza obuzibu buzze around Ginger Road wabadde agezaako okuba nga asalamu okutuuka ku Nasa Road, naye mu kifo ky'okubeera ng'akozesa emmotoka ye we yagezezzaako okuba ng'agaanibwa n'asalawo atave mu mmotoka asazise bigere okutuuka ku Nasa Road, naye nga jjukira ku ssaawa nga 8 oba essaawa ezeeyongerayo abadde asuubira okubeera ng'ayina rally. Emu ku rally ze olunaku olwaleero ng'eri Makerere, era nga ye Dr. Kizza Besigye agamba nti ajja kweyongerayo ne rally ze, era kano akaseera just katono nnyo ke bamutaddeko ewaka, era agenda kuba ng'akyusa kuba tulaba we batuukidde Kasangati nga kirabika wabaddeyo enkuba ebadde etonnya, era agamba agenda kweterezaamu amale ataddeyo mu rally ze, kubanga ye agamba nti poliisi ebadde etegeera buli kimu ekigenda maaso, n'olwekyo talina nsonga gy'ayinza kunnyonnyola lwaki poliisi egezezaako okuba ng'emukwata nemutwala. Tumulabye nga yatwaliddwako ku Ginger Road Police Station, ku Central Police Station katono, ate era n'akwatibwako ne bamutwalako mu Kaduukulu ku Kira Road Police Station, era okumala akabanga katono ate era olumaze ne bamutwala e Kasangati. Essaawa zino we twogerera ng'ali Kasangati, we naye agamba agenda kubanga koma. Well, Dr. Kizza Besigye, getting back to English, he says he is going to continue with his defiance campaign, and he says that they are defying, breaking of laws. And right about about this time he was delivered. Remember earlier on, we were asking ourselves, why is he being delivered after he was whisked away from Kira Road Police Station? But we can confirm to you right about this time with no doubt that Dr. Kizza Besigye has been delivered to his home in Kasangati. But Dr. Kizza Besigye says that he is going to attempt to get back. I love the the selection of his words when he says that he is going to attempt to get back to the city center to engage in his rallies. Akambaze ko mu Luganda katono na teranze wa munange Moses Walugembe aliye Kasangati sawa zino ngagazaako okweyongera maaso n'okugoberera ebigenda maaso ne Dr. Kizza Besigye na biki byennyini ebinaabeera nga bigendera ddala maaso. Moses Walugembe ofuna bulungi?
Yes, nkuwulira Mildred, nkuwulira.
Moses Walugembe twandyagadde otuyambeko tuyitiremu olunaku nga we lubadde okuva ku makya we twalabidde Dr. Kizza Besigye ng'ali Kamwokya okutuusa essaawa zino we tugambira nti aliwuwe poliisi weemuzizza wadde ng'agamba agenda kufuba okulaba ng'adda mu kibuga. Tuyiseemukko mu lunaku nga we lubadde ki ekibaddewo ki ekyaleeteddwa Dr. Kizza Besigye okuba ng'akwatibwa?
Well, Dr. Besigye yatandise campaign ze ku makya e Kamwokya era zabadde zitambula bulungi n'atambula bw'atyo n'abawagizi be ng'ayolekera ku Nasa Road kubanga kye kifo ekibadde kiddako kyabadde alina campaigningamu okusinziira ku programu ye era naye atutegeezezza nti n'Electoral Commission ebadde ekimanyi bulungi nti abadde alina okuba nga bw'ava e Kamwokya adda ku Nasa Road. Naye bwe tutuuse ku Jinja Road Junction awo kumpi n'Electoral Commission wennyini wavudde obuzibu nga tusanze poliisi yazibyewo dde ekkubo. Era nga Dr. Besigye emuziyiza okuyita mu luguudo olwo okwambuka wali asalemu agende ku Nasa wabadde alina okuba campaign. Poliisi abadde edduumirwa Aaron Baguma nebalemesa emmotoka zonna okuba nga ziyitawo. Kati ekizzeeko tubaye tukyali awo Dr. Besigye n'ava mu mmotoka n'atambuza ebigere asobole okugenda mu kifo wabadde alina okuba olukuŋŋaana lwe oluddako. Awo poliisi wetandikidde okuba tear gas era abantu ne baba emiwabo musonyiweko awo we wavudde era obuzibu. Kati okuviira ddala awo poliisi eremaganye okukkirizigana ne Dr. Besigye okuba nga yeeyongerayo. Ekizeeko ye Afande Baguma okulagira nti Dr. Besigye akwatibwe era bw'akwatiddwa avugiddwa n'addusibwa ku CPS. Ku CPS bw'atwaliddwayo ate oluvannyuma n'agibaawo n'atwalibwa ku Kira Road Police Station akumiddwayo kaseera katono ne bamuvuga yoga paka wano makage we tuli e Kasangati mu kiseera kino. N'okutuuka makage nno tekibadde kyankubanga tusanze abantu bakuŋŋaanye edda nga bazibye oluguudo oluyingira mu maka ga Dr. Besigye naye poliisi emaze nekuba tear gas era ne muyisaawo okumutuusa mu makage. Dr. Besigye yagamba nti programu ye ekyagenda maaso era yeteekateeka kukyusa ngoye ataddeyo akole campaign ze Mildred.
Well, Moses Walugembe, kintu kitono nnyo Abannayuganda kyebagezaako okwebuuza nti Dr. Kizza Besigye twamulabe yabadde atambulira mu mmotoka ye ya Prado V8 era mwe yavudde okubanga abeera nga atambuza ebigere okusala okuva ku Jinja Road okutuuka ku Nasa Road. Kati ekyebuuzibwa nti emmotoka ya Kizza Besigye yo essaawa zino eriwa kubanga n'emmotoka yennyini gye tulabye mututte ewaka ebadde ya poliisi. N'olwekyo emmotoka z'abadde atambuliramu zo wawe ziyinza okuba nga zirekeddwa.
Okujjako emmotoka ya poliisi eyamuweebwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda okuli abakuumi be abamukuuma poliisi be yamuwa abali official yoka emmotoka gye nsobodde okulabako wano mu makage. Emmotoka gye yabaddemu mu kusooka yasigadde ku Jinja Road we yagirese naye kyensuubira nti dereva waayo yamanyi amayitire gaayo sinza kubanga manyi weeri wabula ndooza Dr. Besigye talina mmotoka emu ne makage waliwo emmotoka endala era ndooza gyagenda okubanga alinnya atayolekera olugendo lwe ng'addayo okugezaako okulaba ng'agoberera programu ye nga bw'agambye nti alina okumaliriza campaign ze.
Nchimanyi Moses Walugembe oli munda mu geti ya Dr. Kizza Besigye naye nga bw'otunnyonnyodde otulaze nti we mubadde muyingira wabaddewo abantu abayitirivu ababadde wayingirirwa owakuwankaki ya y'amaka ga Dr. Kizza Besigye. Kati ekyebuuzibwa olowooza mu kusuubira okwange nti abantu bayinza okuba nga bagenda beeyongera naddala nnyo abategedde nti Dr. Kizza Besigye akomezeddwawo ewaka, ekyebuuzibwa anaasobola okuba ng'ayitiramu abo abantu okulaba ng'ate akomawo mu kibuga Kampala okweyongerayo ne rally ze?
kakati ekyo kya Mildred wetwogerera kankutwaleko ebweru wa gate ya Dr. Kizza Besigye era nga bwogambye nagambye nti abantu bakuŋŋaanye dda era webali ebweru wano makage bayitirivu nnyo bonna bali ku mulyango gwa makage ku gate eyingira makage. We want to go out wabula ndowooza okay Dr. Besigye afuluma kaakati mu kiseera kino abantu bowe bali bangi Mildred ebweru abawagizi be bali ojja kubanga obalaba nga tufulumye batuyimirizamu okugulawo gate nga Dr. Besigye abadde afuluma so ne tulinamu awo era emmoloka yo giraba awo efuluma endala kakati ate addemu ayokere olugendo. Abantu bangi abawagizi bwe bali wano bamulinze ddera nga bwe nagambye babadde bamuleeta wano abawagizi be tubasanze bayitirivu wali ku kubo eriyingira erikyama okujja makage nga bamulinze era awo poliisi naye elwanye masajja okulaba ng'emuyisaawo ate nate okumutuusiza ddala mu makagwe. Nga boolaba abantu bangi nnyo wano, abantu bangi bali wano bamulinze Dr. Besigye bali wano bamulinze afulumye nga addamu okwolokera nate olugendo lwe. Bw'atyo Dr. Besigye Mildred, Dr. Besigye going out once again, giving it a trial. We do not know where police is right now, but we just know that he insists that he has to go back and complete his rallies as scheduled.
I need to just. Oh well, what we see right there is Dr. Kizza Besigye trying once again a hint or a shot at seeing whether he will be able to access. The city center. Remember, he said that he is only going to make a few, just change his clothes to other clothes, and he's gotten onto another car. And just like we saw as he was getting out, we can see, looking at the gate or looking at the pathway to his home, it is filled up with many of the FDC supporters, or call them his very own supporters. But the question is, does he get out of his house? Will he be able to make it back to the city center? As much as the Electoral Commission and the police are well know that he is a presidential candidate and he is supposed to be carrying on with his campaigns today. Remember, this is the second last day and campaigns are considered to be ending and sealed off tomorrow, which is the 16th of February 2016. He is meant to be having campaign rallies in different areas. Well, we can say that the NASA rally has been obstructed, but he had to have a rally at Makerere University grounds, most probably, and also much later on at Kafumbe Mukasa. Now, will Dr. Kizza Besigye be allowed out of Kasangati, his residence, and be able to get back to the city center? Whether police can allow that to happen, or whether they will be able to just provide him all the security that he deserves and needs to be back to the city center, we only wait. But let me just take you back to look at naturally what is happening at Kasangati. Let's take a look. The pictures you see right there are of Dr. Kizza Besigye trying as much as he can. He said he will attempt, those are the words that he used, he will attempt to get back to the city center because he's supposed to be carrying on with his campaigns, with his campaign schedule and campaign rallies, because today is the second last day and tomorrow we'll be seeing the Electoral Commission officially closing off presidential campaigns, and we'll be giving Uganda just a 2 days break or 1 day's break to ensure that Ugandans prepare for the elections which will be coming through on the 18th of February 2016, which is this week on Thursday. Now, Ugandans get to decide, and of course we continue to call for peaceful means, peaceful elections, peaceful campaigns, and we only call upon Ugandans to go ahead and vote, Ugandans to go ahead and come and cast their ballot and be able to, that is the only time that we'll be able to see Ugandans ask for accountability from their leaders. But just in a while, I will be taking you back to Kasangati, and I'll be showing you what is happening at the residence, whether Dr. Kizza Besigye will be, of course, making headway to the city center. But for now, I'll take a very brief break. I'll be right back.
Run, for 160. You can get it.
All those are just earlier pictures of Dr. Kizza Besigye being arrested in the city center. And remember, he was taken on to quite a number of areas. That was, first of all, was to Ginger Road police station, then taken to the Central police station, and then to Kira Road police station. And finally, he was delivered back to his home. He said he will continue and attempt to get back to the city center to go ahead with his rallies. Now, the pictures you're seeing on the other side of the screen are pictures of Dr. Kizza Besigye trying to get back to the city center. But the question is, will he be able to make it to Makerere? Looking at the time now, it's coming to 2:30. And he was expected to hold his rally at Makerere University grounds at exactly 2 p.m. And that is the time he got arrested while he was trying to cross over from Ginger Road to Nasa Road. And remember, he is meant to be at Makerere University, but also Kafumbe Mukasa Road. Another convoy there of supporters, quite a number of cars. Remember, with him during the arrest and with him about this time was Kampala Lord Mayor Erias Lukwago of the Truth and Justice Forum, a breakaway faction from the Democratic Party. But also, he is in company of Honorable Nabila Nagai Sempala, the Kampala woman, a member of parliament, and still a candidate or an aspirant for that specific seat right there. And en route to Kampala once again, but because of the number of people who are existing and because of the police deployments around, we are yet to ascertain whether he will be able to make it just away from Kasangati. But what looks like, since this is a schedule, an electoral commission known schedule, a police known schedule, presidential campaign schedule, maybe giving it a benefit of doubt, he could be allowed back into the city to continue with his campaigns. Remember, the campaigns take on until tomorrow. Let's just take a look at what's transpiring in Kasangati.
If people begin boarding, it's a bit of town at this time, and then there's a very big shit.
That's exactly what's going on in Kasangati, and we are yet to ascertain whether Dr. Kizza Besigye will be making it to the city center. And remember, he's meant to be having a rally at Makerere University grounds. But we will want to take you, looking at what's happening on the road. I must say, whoever is flying the Gayaza Road must be very, very, very sure of the fact that there will be quite a lot of traffic congestion. You can see it is heavy deployment along Kasangati, and this should be the same case along entirely Gayaza Road. You can see border cyclists who are just ready to escort Dr. Kizza Besigye to wherever he will be going, and these are the kind of people who bring about the traffic congestion in when Dr. Kizza Besigye gets to move on from wherever or to whichever destination. You can see him out of his car at the rooftop trying to flash the V sign, which is the Forum for Democratic Change sign, and moving slowly at a very low pace while he tries to greet a number of his supporters, and while he also tries to take Ugandans through what his journey is like. Remember, he's expected to be at Makerere University, but also much later on he is expected to be addressing a rally at Kafumbe Mukasa Road. But the question is, will he be able to get to Makerere University? Will he be given that much security? But also looking at the Electoral Commission guidelines, remember he's supposed to end his campaigning at about 6 p.m. Now, whether he will be able, because looking at the time, if I would take you back, it's about a few minutes to 2:30. It's 2:29 about this time, and he must have started addressing the rally at Makerere University grounds at about 2 p.m. That's 30 minutes back, but unfortunately he's still in Kasangasi. And now, with all these kinds of people on the road, well, we'll get to see what time he arrives at Makerere University and what will be transpiring. But for now, just allow us to take you away from what's happening in Kasangati, and of course that is here in the city, here in Kampala. We want to take you to another presidential candidate, and that is NRM's Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is also expected to be campaigning in the eastern side of Uganda, taking on various districts, including Jinja, including Iganga, and quite a number of districts where he is going back. Well, the NRM says that there's some areas, even while trying to traverse the various districts of Uganda, that they never managed to go to. But remember, getting in from the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement award statements, he says, when President Museveni makes it to Jinja districts today, it will be the 333rd time that the president is holding a rally in various places in Uganda. Well, we'll be getting to that, but I want to take you to Joseph Sabiti, standing by to give us an update of what's happening at Bugembe. That is in the eastern, on the eastern side of Uganda. What exactly is going on? Good afternoon, Joseph.
I'm not hearing anything.
Well, unfortunately, he cannot be able to get me at this point in time, but we'll be getting back to him in just a while to know what is happening. How is the political atmosphere? What is the anticipation of the people? Let me get back to Sabiti Joseph. Good afternoon, Joseph. Joseph?
Very good afternoon, Mildred. We are actually keeping a close watch of what exactly is happening in the Yellow Camp ahead of the president's rally in Jinja town. And so we have been able to track the situation in Iganga, and then we have since moved to Bugembe Township, one of the politically active townships on your way to Jinja. And Mildred, we're just trying to take a look at what exactly the situation in the country is ahead of the February 18th polling date. But we also continue to ask Ugandans to exercise peace, to exercise restraint, and of course remember that they are all entitled to their political opinions, and we should therefore respect each other's choices. And so the situation here is calm. We were seeing a number of vehicles transporting supporters of the NRM to Jinja. Remember, this rally is not just for Jinja, but for the entire Busoga sub-region. And so we shall be looking out for what exactly the NRM presidential candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will be telling the people of Busoga as he decided to address 4 regional rallies today, actually to talk to his supporters and to consolidate his earlier campaign message. And so, Mildred, we shall be sloping to Jinja in a minute from now, and we will be giving our viewers an update in regard to what exactly the situation is ahead of the president's rally. Remember, he started his day in Soroti. He is expected in Tororo and as well as in Bale before he crowns the day in Jinja with a rally at, of course, Main Street Primary School grounds in Jinja municipality.
Well, Joseph, I would want to look at the political atmosphere. When it comes to Kampala here, where we are, we earlier on had the arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye around Jinja Road, but then he was later on delivered to his home in Kasangati. And as I speak right now, he says he is attempting to get back to the city center to hold his rallies at Makerere University. And well, pictures that you cannot be able to see are of Dr. Kizza Besigye flashing the V sign and moving along with his supporters to Makerere University to follow up with his Electoral Commission campaign schedule that is well known. I would ask, what are the temperatures like? What is the mood in Igang and most especially Bugembe, where you are standing now?
Well, Mildred, the situation is calm across this side of the country. And of course, a lot of people are following the developments back in Kampala in regard to the arrest of retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. And so I think the situation should be handled in a way that the country moves forward. We have a very important event 2 days from now. And so I hope that the Uganda police and of course the leadership of the FDC will be able to find a way of going about that situation. But in regard to public reaction across this part of the country, the news is just coming in about the arrest of Dr. Besigye, and we would see a number of people actually going to their TV sets and trying to follow the proceedings. And my view is that the situation is very calm, and I think that is what every responsible Ugandan should encourage, that if you disagree with certain things, violence does not solve anything, and violence is barbaric. It is not what a democrat resorts to. And so my prayer is that, Mildred, as well, the situation in Kampala will be handled and the electoral process will be allowed to continue, and of course the rights of everyone will be respected in these remaining days.
Well, Joseph, I would also want to know, the president is coming back to the eastern towns, right? This is for the second time, trying to look at the messages that he did deliver while he came to the eastern side of Uganda. What do you think specifically would be the kind of message he wants to cement this time round, the second time he's coming back to some of those areas?
Well, Mildred, he as well addressed a couple of rallies in the northern part of the country. Remember, he started his day in Arua municipality yesterday. He went on to Gulu municipality and as well as addressed a rally in Lira municipality. And so the only region that we see left out of the second round of the president's rally are probably Buganda and the western region. And so very many political analysts have been, of course, weighing in regard to why he chose those areas to return to. But of course, we also know that a district of like Jinja and as well as the many urban centers across the country are the political strongholds of the opposition. When you look at the voting trends in the last three elections, for example, FDC strongman retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye has been able to garner his support in mainly actually the urban centers. And so my view is that the president does not want to take chances, especially considering Dr. Besigye's movement in those areas and the number of people he was able to pull to his crowds. I think it is a way of trying to consolidate and make sure that the opposition has not stolen its supporters that have voted for him in the past, Mildred.
Well, seemingly what Dr. Kizza Besigye is trying to depict here is that the government could be under pressure. And well, looking around Kampala, there is quite a security that has been tightened with the deployments around the city center. Now, in respect to security, do you see any kind of deployment around Bugembe or around the areas you've been to, that is including Jinja and Iganga? Do you seem to see any different feel from the usual Jinja or Iganga towns that you were in earlier on at the start of the campaigns?
Well, in regard to deployment, we were trying to gauge as well how the security agencies have prepared for the big day. We could see a few police officers around the returning officers in Iganga, Mildred. But of course, he assured us that the DPC is in charge of deployment of the different police agencies, or rather security agencies. And so we expect our security to heighten deployment across the country. I think it is bad to actually think that deployment is only heavy when there are unrests across the country. I think it is good for security to be deployed during this election period, especially if the deployment is for a good intention to actually make sure that the process is free and fair. And I think that is the constitutional duty of the Uganda Police Force. And so in terms of deployment in the eastern part, that is in Iganga, in the township of Bugembe and in Jinja, where we've been able to go today, we do not see any much change. People are going about with their normal businesses across the towns, and we do not actually see a lot of deployment on the roads and in the towns, Mildred. Not even in Jinja, where the president is expected to come today. The only heavy presence there we see is that of the Special Forces Command, the security agency that is responsible for the president's security.
Well, Joseph, I would also want to look at when we talk about political feel and when we talk about the presence of various candidates. For example, for President Museveni visiting a specific area, we've always had campaign posters almost littered wherever they can be put. Is this the kind of feel that we are seeing in Bugembe? Is this a feel that we are seeing in Jinja as well, where you were earlier on, and Iganga?
I'm struggling to hear you. Kindly say that again.
Well, I'm trying to look at the presence of whichever candidate gets to visit a specific area. Now, when it comes to President Museveni visiting any kind of area, we've always had the streets and every other place that can be littered at any time, littered with campaign posters. Is this the kind of feel that we are getting in Bugembe and in Jinja, or because this is just the second time, it is a normal campaign rally of President Museveni?
Unfortunately, I do not get your question very clearly, Mildred. I don't know whether it's a network failure on my side, but I do not get your question quite clearly. I'm actually struggling to hear you.
Okay, Joseph, can you hear me now? Can you hear me clearly? Joseph? Well, unfortunately, it seems like I can't be able to get through to Sabiti. Joseph, we'll be getting back to him. He's in Bugembe right now.
And you guys, your sound is bad.
And well, remember the president, and that is candidate Yoweri Museveni. I would like to stick to that since we're talking campaign season right here. And we're talking about the second last day of the presidential candidates traversing the various areas of the country in search for the vote, in search of convincing Ugandans to cast the ballot in their favor. That is on Thursday this very week. Remember, tomorrow we will officially see the campaign season closed off. We'll have the presidential candidates probably go to wherever they will be able to cast their ballot from. But still bringing you pictures of Dr. Kizza Besigye heading back to the city center. I think he is still making headway, although with a bit of a deployment of security. We saw that in Kasangati, and I'm very sure the other controversial area for Dr. Kizza Besigye using that is if he applies directly at the Gayaza route, he will have another kind of stopover or another kind of littering of the streets with people around Mperere. That is the other junction, and then from Mperere, the other junction that always causes a little bit of problems is the junction around Kalere. Yes, the place is called Kalere. So he's from Kasangati. The other areas where you will have a mass of people around maybe Wampewo and Komambo, well, quite a number of areas right there along the Gayaza Road. And like I earlier said, if you are planning to ply the Gayaza Road, then you probably should be thinking otherwise, because for now, until Dr. Kizza Besigye gets to the town, gets to the city center to address rallies, and I think starting off, he will be starting off with the rally at Makerere University grounds, where he's expected to cement his relationship with the central, if I would say, or cement his relationship with the city center ahead of the elections that are coming just forthway in on Thursday this very week, and that will be on the 18th of February this very year, 2016. But also not to forget that it is today that is the second last day of the presidential campaigns for all presidential candidates, and so tomorrow we should be seeing all candidates just shut down their entire presidential campaigns. But remember, we also have John Patrick Amama Mbabazi earlier on. We had him in Soroti, and he addressed a press conference right there where he talked about a number of issues, also including what happened during the presidential debate. But also just a while back, we saw him talking to the press about the arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye, and he says this is not the best way to be acting for the state or for the police in such a time, because remember, we have just a few more days to be casting our ballots. And he says that the state or the police should exercise some restraint and be able to respect the rule of law, respect constitutionalism, and all presidential candidates should be treated in a very, very positive manner. That is what he had to say. And for Dr. Kizza Besigye, well, earlier on speaking to him, he continued to reiterate his campaign strategy, where he gets to talk about defiance and not necessarily compliance. And he continues to say, well, what they're defying is not anything lawful, is not anything constitutional, but they only defy against breaking the rules. Now, I do not know whether that defiance kind of message will be able to allow him get moved from Kasangati, where he is now, on his way back to the city center to address rallies. Well, probably, since this is an electoral commission program, well known by the electoral commission and also well known by the police of Uganda, well, probably, yes, we could get to see him coming to the city center, but also more specifically paying attention to the issues that the city dwellers would be looking at. Earlier on, while he was in Kamocha, he did talk about the issue of city management, and of course I think this also was attributed to the fact that he was moving with the embattled city lawyer, city Lord Mayor Erias Lukwago, and he talked about the management, most especially that was carried on at Kampala Capital City Authority, and it says there needs to be a level of unity and working together, harmony, peace and harmony at Kampala Capital City Authority to ensure that work progresses on, work moves on as it is expected, but also not to forget that in the city, the other issues that would be coming up are problems like unemployment, which earlier on in the presidential debate, he also went ahead to speak about it and said that, well, for him, he believes there is going to be change. There is going to be a regime change, and he should specifically pay more attention to issues of unemployment. That is in the city, issues of unemployment, issues of accommodation, given the fact that we have quite a number of slums, and also accommodation in the suburbs. I think those are some of the itching issues that the city dwellers would probably want to also be listening to. But talking about the kind of pain or grief that that Jennifer Msisi has on the people of Kampala. I remember the president said that he needed to get a drug, he needed to get a pill for the problems, solving the problems of Kampala, but sometimes some pills are extremely bitter and you need to sugarcoat them a bit. So he said he will be engaging with the executive director of Kampala Capital City Authority, and that is Jennifer Msisi, to at least slow down. I think this probably may be a kind of alteration or almost the same kind of message that Dr. Kizza Besigye should be preparing. The grip that executive director Jennifer Msisi has on the people of Kampala, sending away hawkers and trying to ensure that there is sanity in the city, most especially having plans for the various buildings and the various structures that are stemming up, not just any other structures that could come back. Now, let me take you back to the eastern side of Uganda, activate for you the eastern side where Joseph Sabiti is standing by. Earlier on, he was standing by around Bugembe, and that is where he is exactly still. Now, Sabiti, earlier on, before I lost you, I was trying to ask about the feel, the look, maybe most exactly the look of Bugembe Township, because when we get to see the president or any of these candidates visit any other place, most especially Dr. Kizza Besigye or Mama Mbabazi or candidate Museveni, the place is entirely littered with campaign posters. Does this seem to be the look and feel of Bugembe Township also at this point in time?
Well, Mildred, first, Bugembe Township is quite a distance from Jinja Town, where the NRM presidential candidate is going to be holding his rally. And so the impact in regard to the look and feel of the place is quite minimal. But we also know that it's a highway town that connects very many towns in eastern Uganda and in Busoga sub-region to Jinja. And so we've seen a number of vehicles moving from different districts as far as Kamuli, Buyende, and as well as the other parts of Busoga to actually go to Jinja carrying NRM supporters. Remember, this is a regional rally, and so the people expected there are those from all over Busoga. And so we continue to see a number of vehicles passing. We will be able to actually bring some of them, we're looking out for them. We'll be capturing some of them on our cameras. And as well as we have seen a very interesting vehicle that they have decided to name the NRM Mamba, as well, moving around, patrolling the streets. That's what they say they are doing, and of course grabbing every opportunity to make sure that they rally people to attend the president's campaign rally in Jinja. And so in regard to what is happening in Bugembe, it's quite a distance from Jinja town, and so there are minimal impacts other than the vehicles moving with supporters of the party.
Well, Joseph, when you talk About the NRM member, this takes me to one of the other members I've seen around, also named the FDC member. And I would ask at this point in time, in your own view, are we trying to probably look at execution of specific activities in both camps, that is to talk about the FDC and the NRM, and would we say any of the camps is at a point in time learning from the other during these campaigns?
Absolutely. I think the Mamba idea first appeared in the press when the FDC came up with what they called the FDC Mamba. That was containing a group of young people who say they are volunteers who are sure to be around and to make sure that the FDC presidential candidate, Dr. Besigye, is safe. And we see a similar trait in the NRM, with the NRM Mamba coming around. But unfortunately, with their candidate being a sitting head of state, they cannot get access to moving very close to him, because as a president, he is protected by the Special Forces Command. But of course, Mildred, the learning and the adaptation from one another shifts as well to social media. We have seen a very heavy degree of propaganda on social media from both sides. You have seen very many Photoshop photos going around. You know, you've seen a Photoshop of pictures actually all over social media. And so you would see one side learning from the other. And so there's actually a very serious social media war right now between the two camps, that is that of Dr. Kizza Besigye of the FDC and the NRM presidential candidate, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Well, apart from the Mamba idea, Joseph, what do you think, what else do you think the two camps could be learning from each other, away from the Mamba idea physically and what you earlier talked about, the social media, because I think that is what is driving the campaign messages right about this time, given the fact that we're in the .com era. Would you cite any other thing probably that you have paid attention to that the two camps could be learning from each other?
Well, other than the social media techniques and as well as the Mamba idea, I think there are very few similarities between the two camps, other than just, of course, exchanging attacks, political attacks. By attacks, I don't mean physical attacks, but rather political statements that are being hit right, center, and left. That, I think, is what has defined the campaign. Dr. Besigye and the NRM principal, Yoweri Museveni, as well, if you read carefully into the images we have from the debate, they are the two candidates who appear not to share any views in common, probably other than what they have in plans for Uganda. They disagree on how to run Uganda, on how to do things, and so basically that disagreement has even shifted to the campaign trail. I don't see President Museveni agreeing with Dr. Besigye's ways of campaigning. He actually says Dr. Besigye is breaking the law. For example, when the Besigye went to Bududa and made a statement about the forests, the president came out to say why he doesn't see a reason why Besigye should not be arrested. He actually made mention of the fact that he would talk to the police chief and find out why the FDC presidential candidate should not be arrested. And so, Mildred, my analysis is that the two candidates do not agree.
To pay attention to one other technique that has been these presidential candidates actually forth to specific areas. We also saw Dr. Kizza Besigye, and this is what FDC spokesperson Semujunganda was explaining this morning, that to them it was an issue of go back to an area where you did exist earlier on, because by the time you end the elections, they probably could have even forgotten about the message that you delivered. Do you think this is another kind of technique that most of these parties are actually buying into, that when you leave a specific area, you can be able to go back closer to the elections to sell more yourself ahead of the elections, which is just 3 days away?
Well, I think they have done that a lot. My question is whether all the changes are actually sanctioned by the Independent Electoral Commission. I remember at the beginning of the campaign, every candidate draws a program, and that program is sanctioned by the EC. And so my question probably would go to Jotham Taremwa and the team at the Electoral Commission, whether they are actually consulted about those changes. That said and done, Mildred, we saw that first with John Patrick Amama Mbabazi.
Yeah.
He visited a number of towns, actually more than once. And as well, we later saw Dr. Besigye making return trips to some selected places across the country. And as well, President Museveni decided to address regional rallies in every sub-region in the country after going around the country. So I think there should be reasons or factors driving this trend. My guess is that every candidate is trying to look at their stronghold. Whether that will translate into in the number of people voting candidates, I think is just 2 days away from the reality coming out.
That is very true. Now, Joseph, just hold on a beat right where you are. If I could try to read into, trying to probably improve my geography and reading out physical features outright, I must say Dr. Kizza Besigye could probably be around Mperere, and I think our foot soldier should be very able to tell us what exactly is happening. But reading to move, and remember, this is stopovers I talked about. Said more when doctors to areas. Yes, I am very sure, and what's confirming to me that is actually the tree and well, the kind of the other features that I'm looking at. Dr. Kizza Besigye right about this time is at Mperere, and you can see the number of people. This is more of another junction that leads you to Namere, and then leads you this other road coming to town, and then the other road plying straight on, continuing through to Gayaza. At Mperere, well, trying to look at some of the crowds. These are just excited youth. Some of them, well, I can't say they're underage because I cannot be able to tell someone's age by just looking at their structure. But Sabiti, I think I will let you go at this point in time. Just allow me let you go. I will be getting back to you much later on as you continue to avail us with more information of what is happening in the yellow camp. Well, I'm getting you back to the blue camp right about this time, and Dr. Kizza Besigye is just moving past the junction at Mperere, and he's drawing much more closer to Kampala, the city center. And you can see people along the routes, and well, they knew, they had the information that he's coming back to the city center, and they're lined along the streets. When you, well, if you get to see some international observers also who are trying to take out shots of what exactly is happening with Dr. Kizza Besigye. Now, much later on, I will be joined by my colleague, Solomon Seranja, just to take you through the entire day. And remember, like we said, we will be activating Uganda for you. We will be activating the entire country, looking at what's happening in the various districts, all the way through until Uganda gets to decide, and the Electoral Commission finally and officially announces who the new leaders of Uganda are, actually starting from the president all the way down to the councillors or council representatives that Ugandans would have chosen on starting the 18th of February. But remember, Thursday this very week, which will be the 18th of February, there will be 3 slots for Ugandans to be able to choose through, and that will be the president, or the title of the president, and that is the highest office of the CEO of the country, and also be able to move through to choose the directly elected members of parliament, or you can call them MPs. That is over 300 seats that are up for grabs for most of these representatives. But getting to look at the turnover that normally happens in most of the voting times, we get to see some of these members of parliament actually not returning. But also, away from the directly elected members of parliament, we also expect to have the women member of parliament of various districts. Now, earlier on in the morning, we were talking to Sabiti Joseph most especially throwing a torch into the politics of Jinja, where Agnes Nabirye has actually been reportedly not paid attention to probably the issues of the women in Jinja. But well, the Ugandans will get to decide. And when you get to look at the pictures of Dr. Kizza Besigye, he is continuously receiving money from the supporters. And remember, he said at the beginning of his defiance campaign that it is time for Ugandans to actually join part and be able to take on the change that they deserve to see in the country. And that is why we oftenly get to see quite a section of people giving him money here and there. Like I said earlier on, I will be joined by Solomon Siranja in just a bit, we will be looking at what the day will be like. But for now, let me just let you look at the pictures coming in from Dr. Kizza Besigye, who is he has just left the township of Mpererwe and is heading to the city center.
Who was another one? Chief. Who was another person? Animalala.
Live pictures coming through of Dr. Kizza Besigye snaking through the crowds. He will be having a rally at Makerere University before, of course, he heads to Kafumbe Mukasa. We're keeping a 360-degree eye on the electoral process. We'll also be joining Joseph Sabiti later on to discuss and to tell us what's happening in the yellow camp. We're keeping an eye on the blue camp right now. Massive support, different people there really backing up Dr. Kizza Besigye. There was, it stands still in town, and perhaps that's why the police tried to use tear gas earlier on to, show people that, to try to make sure that the whole procession does not disrupt traffic. But we'll be also hearing from General Kale Kaihura, who will be addressing the media in just about 15-20 minutes. We'll go live there and listen from what he has to say. But those are live pictures of Dr. Kizza Besigye here, going to Makerere University. He will be addressing a press conference there. Support there, a lot of support for Dr. Kizza Besigye from the people who are following him. Now, they've been following him from the different places. Well, we will be following Dr. Kizza Besigye all through. He'll also be addressing those rallies. So we'll be with him at Makerere University, but also we will be following him to Kafumbe Mukasa. Now, we'll also be following President Yoweri Museveni, the NRM presidential candidate, to Iganga in Bugembe. We earlier on actually spoke to Joseph Sabiti, who was in Jinja. Now, this also comes just barely a day or two when Dr. Kizza Besigye was also in Jinja trying to move crowds. Who will take Jinja? We're yet to know. Of course, the ballot will decide on the 18th of February, which is just a couple of days away. On Thursday, Uganda
goes to the polls to decide its next leaders. The call, though, has been of peace from different stakeholders, the civil society organization, religious leaders, and I like the fact that they asked all the presidential candidates to, give their word, calling for a free and fair election, but also a peaceful election. There is a feeling around the general population, many people worried that it will be a violent election, and of course we've had President Yoweri Museveni saying that it will not be a violent election. We will have a peaceful election. At NBS, we encourage all the Ugandans to have to go to the poll. Just go and decide your candidate and vote for your candidate, support your candidate. But then you shouldn't also make it an inconvenience for others to vote for their own candidate. So at NBS, we support a peaceful election. We also call upon all Ugandans from across the country to go and vote so that you can ably decide your next leaders. So we will certainly also be following all the events as they happen, following every twist and turn from all corners of the country, bringing you those results as they come in. But we're keeping an eye on the different presidential candidates, where they are. Dr. Kizza Besigye, they are trailing through, going to Makerere University to address a rally, but we'll also come back to Yoweri Museveni in the yellow camp. We'll be joined by Joseph Sabit to tell us what's happening that side, but we'll also be joining Bahati Remi, who is with Amama Mbabazi, former Prime Minister, but also other presidential candidates across the country. This is NBS, and we're keeping an eye for you on the electoral process until the 18th of February, when Ugandans go to the polls. We go for a very short break, but return with the latest, so do stay with us. We can barely count down every minute and every second. The highest office in the land, plus more than 400 parliamentary seats, will be up for grabs. Ugandans will go to the ballot to decide their next leaders based on key issues that touch the very heart of this nation. We'll be live from all corners of the country, following and tracking the results as they come in on NBS TV, on your mobile phone and your tablet. Be sure to join us on NBS Uganda Decide.
Back with more names and personalized messages on our bottles and cans. So now you can share a Coke and a feeling with family and friends.
In this day and age, news and events happen in the blink of an eye. No story is as simple as it seems. But we take our responsibility to you, our viewers, very seriously. Our coverage of news and events that affect your life is unmatched. We offer in-depth analysis and opinions. We cover everything, everywhere. We dig deeper. We are live, anywhere, always. NBS. The 6th Annual Uganda International Education Fair 2016 is here. Students and parents come meet delegates from world-class universities, colleges and high schools from the UK, USA, Canada, Australia.
And action.
Hello, Sophie. What plot? I'm on set shooting an advert. Oh, first wait. There's this sweet deal from Uganda Telecom. Corporate mega bonus. You just pay 15,000 and you talk for the whole month. UTL to UTL. Yeah, mobile and landline. You talk, you talk.
And enjoy a 40% discount on calls to other networks. Dial *140# and get unlimited talk from only Uganda Telecom.
So you were saying I do what?
Uganda Telecom, Uganda's most affordable telecom service.
Kiki weetaaga ku lunaku lw'okulonda ng'omulonzi? Genda mu kifo gye weewandiisiza w'olina okulondera. Waayo ebiwandiiko ebikukwatako nga bino bisobola okubeera endagamuntu yo oba akapapula akaliko endagiriro w'olina okulondera. Bw'oba tolina ne kimu ku ebyo waggulu, osobola okuyambibwa akulira ebyokulonda mu kitundu ekyo ng'akebera enkalala z'abalonzi okukakasa oba kw'oli. Akulira ebyokulonda ajja kukakasa ebikukwatako nga yeeyambisa ekyuma kikalimagezi ekisobola okukakasa omulonzi atuukiridde. Okukakasa nga kuwedde ojja kuweebwa akakonge. Genda awali ebbaafu olonde gw'owagira nga weeyambisa akabonero akakkiriza akatiiki oba ekinkumu. Zingamu akakonge kw'olondedde mu kyenkanyi ng'akulira ebyokulonda bwe yakulaze. Genda mu kabokisi omuteekebwa obukonge okateekemu n'obwegendereza. Omumyuka w'akulira ebyokulonda ajja kuteeka akabonero ku lugalo lwo akalaga nti omaze okulonda.
Ddembe lyo okulonda omukulembeze gw'oyagala. Okulonda kutandika essaawa emu ey'okumakya ne kukomekerezebwa essaawa 10 ez'akawungeezi. Genda mu kifo w'olondera mu budde osobole okulonda.
Genda ku mukutu www.ec.or.ug okumanya ebisingawo. Obubaka buno bukutuusibwako akakiiko k'ebyokulonda.
NBS. Always.
You're watching NBS. Always, we're keeping an eye on the different presidential candidates and what's happening around the country as we get ready to cast our votes on the 18th of February, which is just on Thursday. We will go and decide our next leaders, certainly based on the different messages that we've had from the different candidates all the 3 months they have been campaigning. Now, you've noticed that all the different presidential candidates have tried to go to different places to try to, ask Ugandans for their votes, and promising heaven on earth. We can only wait to see when they come to power. But that is only, it's just part of the campaign strategy. They're asking Ugandans for their votes. Will we have a better nation with the next president? We don't know. But we can only, for now, just keep an eye on the electoral process. Those are live pictures coming through for Dr. Kizza Besigye, who is, of course, expected to hold a rally at Makerere University later on in the afternoon. Now it's only 3:10 p.m. So as we had, Mildred was saying that the campaign was supposed to be at about 2, but he must be an hour or so late. But those are live pictures. Dr. Kizza Besigye supported by huge crowds there. Moses Walugembe is trailing him from wherever he is, and we will certainly get you that campaign there when he's addressing the rally. We have also been notified that we'll be having a rally at Kafumbe Mukasa where he will be closing the day. Now, Dr. Kizza Besigye has had quite a long day today, of course, testing some tear gas here and there when he was arrested, and of course later on detained for a while but released later on. So Dr. Kizza Besigye there snaking through the crowds, and he will be at Makerere University addressing the students community there, but also the entire Makerere region will be at the Freedom Square. So we will be following Dr. Kizza Besigye for you. Moses Walugembe trailing him. And of course you can see the different people really rallying behind him and telling him that, giving him his support. But now we'll also be crossing over to the yellow side where President Yoweri Museveni will be addressing a rally at Bugembe. Of course, as the days get closer to the D-Day, we have Joseph Sabiti, who has been standing by for us, who has been following President Yoweri Museveni. He's been, you know, from Jinja all through to Iganga, and he will be in Bugembe. We will get back to him and listen from him about the latest update in the yellow camp. But also, we're keeping an eye on former Prime Minister John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, who will be, of course, who is in Soroti, and he will be addressing several rallies there. Remy Bahati will be joining us in a short while, but also go to different candidates, and we will be keeping an eye on that. But just to remind you of what has been happening, of course, we know that the Center for the Citizens Coalition on Electoral Democracy, the coordinator will be joining us in just a while. That is Chris Kaheru, to just chit chat about what's happening in the country, but also comment on the number of regulations that the Electoral Commission has issued out, including you switching off your phone if you're coming to vote. So it means that when you come to cast your ballot, you need to switch off your phone, go into the polling station, cast your vote, after which you'll get out and step at least 20 meters away from the polling station and then switch back your phone. What does that mean? You know, we'll be hearing from different Ugandans, but also different analysts about this. The issue of phones, having phones at the polling station, has left many debating on social media, and some people saying it's not fair, while others are saying it's only fair. So we will certainly be hearing different voices from the different Ugandans, but also different candidates on that issue. Was the Electoral Commission right to say that, look, you cannot bring your phones to the polling station? But also we'll be discussing the voter location slips. Is it a must for you to have it, or you could just go ahead and go and vote? Now, the Electoral Commission has on several occasions said that as long as you have a national ID or a voter location slip, or as long as your name is on the voters register, then you can go and cast your ballot. But has the Electoral Commission done enough sensitization to Ugandans to tell them about this, the whole voting process? Just today they did disperse different people who today the Electoral Commission dispersed trucks taking electoral equipment and material to the different places, especially to faraway places like in Karamoja, you know, the far-reaching areas, so that at least the material is there on time, so that the electoral process is just smooth on the 18th of February. Now we'll also be showing you live pictures of President Yoweri Museveni's supporters heading to the campaign. Of course, Museveni will hold a campaign rally in Jinja. Now those are live pictures coming to you from Bugembe, where President Yoweri Museveni will be addressing a rally. Those are supporters of Yoweri Museveni there, going to perhaps getting ready to attend that campaign rally in Bugembe. The Yellow Camp is in the eastern part of Uganda, trying to ask for votes. President Museveni and the entire team, you know, going ahead to hunt for votes with just a few days to the election date. Uganda decides on the 18th of February, when all of us will go and cast our ballots to choose our next leaders. Now, of course, we know that the police chief general Kale Kayihura, during a press conference earlier on, I think it was last week, of course, we had General Kale Kayihura saying there will not be any form of violence, and of course the police has procured different armored vehicles to ensure that there will be peace and security throughout the electoral process. He did commit and that Ugandans will be safe all through the electoral process. Now we'll also be listening from General Kale Kayihura in about 30 minutes, because he will hold a press briefing speaking about perhaps the arrest of Dr. Kiza Besigye earlier on today. So we will be hearing from General Kale Kayihura about that matter, but also the entire security deployments ahead of the general election, which is expected on the 18th. Perhaps we also will be discussing the role of crime preventers in this electoral process. We will be asking those particular questions to him when the press conference begins. But those are live pictures coming through from Bugembe, where President Yoweri Museveni is expected to address a rally. We will get to Joseph Sabit, who will be speaking to us about the mood there, whether indeed, you know, how does Bugembe stand, and who is strongest in Bugembe. Now, we also know that Dr. Kizza Besigye was in the eastern part of Uganda last week. Of course, we know that the yellow candidate, President Yoweri Museveni, is also in Jinja. And what is the significance of Jinja in the political state of this nation? How relevant is Jinja? How many voters do we have, and why are all the presidential candidates camping there? And what can come out of Jinja? We'll certainly be joined by Joseph Sabiti, who joins us live right now. Joseph, it's good to have you back. I know that it has been quite a long day for you from morning up to now, but we know that President Yoweri Museveni will be addressing a rally in Bugembe. Joseph, I think we'll come back to you. Joseph, if you can hear me, we know that President Yoweri Museveni we'll join Joseph Sabiti in just a while, but he's standing by for us. But today, NRM's Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will be addressing a rally in Bugembe to address those particular issues. But we will also learn from Joseph what issues do Busoga as a region want the different presidential candidates to address, ranging from poverty to improving the tourism industry in Uganda, because we have many tourism attraction sites in the eastern part of Uganda. How can they take advantage of them to better Busoga as a region, but also empowering farmers there, because we know that Busoga as a region is known for growing maize. So what plans do the different candidates, particularly NRM's Yoweri Museveni, what plans does President Yoweri Museveni have for Jinja? We'll also be discussing those issues in Jinja. We will be joined by Joseph Sabiti later on. We'll keep also an eye on Dr. Kizza Besigye, who is still on a long trail to of course to Makerere University, where he will address a rally in just a few minutes. He will also be going to Kafumbe Mukasa for another rally. Mama Mbabazi, who will be in Soroti, he is in actually Soroti, so we'll also join Remy Bahati to tell us what's happening in that camp. Now we also have different presidential candidates who are in different places. Of course, we had that Joseph Mabirizi took a rest today, of course, after the week-long debate that happened on Saturday. But now let's go to the yellow camp. Joseph, if you can hear me now. We know that Dr. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will be addressing a rally in Bugembe in just a few minutes from now. What is going on in Bugembe, and what is the situation like? I've been told that you are in Jinja right now. So what is happening in Jinja, Joseph, if you can give us an update from the yellow camp?
Well, Solomon, just a quick one. The rally is going to be in Jinja town. That's where the NRM presidential candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is expected to address NRM supporters from the Busoga sub-region. And so for now, we know that he started his day in Soroti. He has a rally in Tororo and as well as in Mbale. But I'm just standing at the entrance of Main Street Primary School grounds in Jinja, where the NRM presidential candidate will actually be addressing his supporters in a few hours from now. And so the picture we are showing and the activity at the background best describes what is happening around here. We see NRM supporters from across the Busoga sub-region arriving and getting ready for that rally. And so a few minutes from now, we shall be getting into the rally venue, and actually we shall be letting our viewers know how the crowds are like and what the message of the NRM presidential candidate will be as he finalizes his, of course, campaign program in the Busoga sub-region. Solomon.
Well, certainly I know. How does Busoga stand in the political terrain of Uganda? What influence does it have?
Well, I think the person who wins Busoga most likely will actually win the presidency, Solomon. We can say, let's just try to capture some of the moments as actually the NRM supporters arrive. That is what we were talking about earlier, the NRM Mamba right there. And then you see supporters of the ruling party in a tractor making a drive around town. They're actually trying to mobilize before their candidates arrive here. And so, Solomon, we can say that the place is full of color and pomp. Of course, let's try to see if we can get the NRM Mamba on camera, what we were talking about earlier with Mildred, and as well as telling our viewers about what the NRM and the FDC share in common. And so right there, what we're talking about, that is what they call the NRM Mamba, of course bearing, of course, the campaign posters of the Jinja East aspirant, that is Nathan Igeme Nabeta, who is running against FDC's Paul Mwiru. And so, Mildred, rather Solomon, I beg your pardon, that is what is happening here in Jinja Town. And so we expect a lot of more pomp and color ahead of the president's arrival. But back to what you were asking about the position of Busoga in the political arena, I would say that the person who wins Busoga decisively most likely will win the presidency of this nation. The reason why the president and the incumbent has in the past been able to sail through successfully all other factors constant is because he had managed to consolidate his support in Busoga. And so there's a huge voting population in Busoga, and every candidate who wants to be the president of this country needs to win the greater Busoga vote, Solomon.
Joseph, one interesting thing to note is you raised Nabeta will be taking on Paul Mwiru there. Now we've had both of these candidates run on several occasions, of course with the by-election here and there. Who is who in Busoga? Who is who in Jinja?
Well, I should say that is one of the very tight races here that actually we shall be looking out for very prominently, especially as Ugandans go to the ballots on the 18th of February. The race between NRM's Nathan Igeme Nabeta and FDC's Paul Mwiru is one of those hotly contested races in Jinja municipality, and as well as the mayorship of Jinja. It's a close race between the opposition and the NRM candidates. And so we shall be definitely looking out for that, Solomon. But my view has been that I've tried to restrain myself from making predictions based on my own analysis. I want to wait for the final prediction and the final verdict of Ugandans on the 18th of February to see who will represent Jinja East in the 10th Parliament.
Well, Joseph, perhaps before you can show us around what's happening there, because I can see you have a lot of active background, but the issues of Jinja as a region, perhaps a municipality, but also Busoga as a region, what are those key issues affecting this region? And what do we expect President Museveni to talk about those particular issues?
Let's start off in Jinja, the town that we are in right now. I think there are questions to do with the infrastructure, especially certain streets within this Jinja town are actually not up to standard. And as well as the question of poverty, Solomon. Poverty eradication remains the biggest challenge for Busoga, especially if you want to be the president of this country. It is a region that has been disadvantaged in very many ways. Their healthcare system is wanting. There are so many areas with very bad road network. A few months back, we were in Bulamoji North constituency, and water would separate the roads. Actually, when it rains, you would find the road separated. You'd have to use boats in between. And so to connect from one side of the road to the other, you have to use a boat. That is what we went through. Or if you're driving, you drive through very deep water because of course, flooding. And as well as, other than the road infrastructure, the healthcare system of Busoga, and as well as the question of what plans the next government will have for poverty eradication will play out very prominently in, of course, determining the voting trends around here. And as well as the question of education, improving the performance of especially the rural schools in the next coming years. I think those are some of the issues that will be shaping the voting patterns in the larger Busoga sub-region.
Well, if you've been to Busoga, you know that Jinja indeed was the industrial center of this nation. A couple of factories have closed there. I remember I moved through Jinja. It's now, you know, sometimes you can, when you go through Jinja, you don't get the feeling that you, perhaps if you went there during that time, you don't get that feeling that it's still an industrial town. Do you think that it's time that Jinja regains its former glory?
Well, the ghosts of the industry still hang around, Solomon. You'll have a number of industries that are closed and very few ones that are functioning. Remember, at the height of the East African community, Jinja was the industrial hub. And as well, we want to try to move around as well to get you exactly a picture of what is happening around here, Solomon, as we continue to discuss the question of industrialization. Yes, people continue to walk in, but you know, this was an industrial town. I should say, compared to what is now, and between what is now and what is in the past, I should say, there's not much industrialization in the town, and that is one of the reasons that I think...
Well, we perhaps have lost Joseph Sabiti. We'll certainly get back to him in just a while. We were still discussing the relevance of Jinja Town in Uganda's politics and what are those issues that the different people who, of course, stay in Jinja want the different candidates to address. But we were discussing the issue of revamping Jinja and getting Jinja back to its former glory of it being an industrial town where we had a lot of manufacturing there, different factories and industries. Right now, if you went through Jinja, you can only feel that it's a ghost town of what it used to be in terms of manufacturing. A couple of factories closed there, people no longer have jobs there. So perhaps these are key issues that the president needs to address in Jinja, but also the issue of poverty. Jinja is no exception in the Busoga sub-region where, of course, poverty bites hard, and we certainly want to know what government's plan is and what does the NRM government plan to better the lives of people living in Jinja and perhaps also in the greater Busoga sub-region. We have been speaking to Joseph Sabiti, but if you've just joined us, we are keeping a 360-degree eye on the electoral process. Follow every twist and turn from the different presidential candidates. As maybe if I can take you through where the different presidential candidates are. Dr. Kizza Besigye, he's trailing through to of course, he's going to Makerere University. Amama Mbabazi is in Soroti. President Yoweri Museveni will be addressing a rally in Jinja, where, of course, Joseph Sabiti is standing by. Dr. Kizza Besigye from Makerere University will be going to Kafumbe Mukasa, where he'll also be addressing a rally from now. Amama Mbabazi is in Soroti, will also be joined by, of course, that is we have a team following him. Remy Bahati is right next to Amama Mbabazi, so he'll be giving us the latest update on that. Now, today also, the police will be having a press conference. The Inspector General Police, General Kale Kayihura, will be addressing a press conference in just a few minutes. So we'll also go and follow what is happening at the police headquarters in Naguru. And of course, we expect the Police Chief, General Kale Kayihura, to give reasons on Dr. Kizza Besigye's earlier arrest. What crime did he commit and why did he have to do that? But also we expect him to tell us about the general security situation in Uganda as we get closer to the elections. Now we will also be going to the different places just to give you a look of what's happening there. Now those are live pictures coming through. Yoweri Museveni will be addressing a campaign rally there. Strategy is for indeed for the NRM government on how to get to poverty, but also address those issues. Now, those are also live pictures of Dr. Kizza Besigye's procession moving through. He will be addressing a rally at the Makerere University at the Freedom Square right there. Now you can see there a lot of security around Dr. Kizza Besigye have to offer. If for example, if Besigye wins Makerere University, what does that mean? We'll also be discussing ask the police spokesperson Ferdinand and many new and listen from what's there, perhaps to get an of why to deploy at. Now, if you're around town, those are pictures coming through from Chiseka Market. We'll get information as to what happened there from our reporters. I'm sure they're also trying to establish what happened there, but there must have been some form of chaos there. Chiseka is a very, well, it's volatile. You know, anything can happen there. And I think we've had different, we've had different, they actually, I've just also been told by my producers that they were running battles earlier on there in Chiseka Market between the police and the traders of Chiseka Market. Now, my producers just told me that there was a showdown between the police and the traders operating in Chiseka there, who were also protesting the arrest of Dr. Kiza Besigye earlier on in the day there. We've just received information that the men in uniform there, the military police, was deployed because of some kind of demonstration, or you can call it a mini riot, and there was of course an interface between police and the traders of Chiseka Market, who were demonstrating against the arrest of Dr. Kiza Besigye. We're keeping our eyes on Chiseka Market and what's happening there. We will be following those events. We'll be speaking to our reporters right there, but now we also will be going live to the police briefing there to explain and to give an update of what's happening in the city, but also out of the city, the general security look as we get closer to the elections. Now, just to remind you, we will be following Dr. Kiza Besigye, who will be addressing a rally at Makerere University. Of course, NRM's Yoweri Museveni is in Jinja, where Joseph Sabiti is standing by for us, so we'll also go there and discuss what's happening in Jinja, but we'll also go to Soroti to follow up with, of course, former Prime Minister John Patrick Amama Mbabazi. We will be going to the police press conference briefly, but we'll come back to, of course, to give an analysis of what the police should have said in that press conference, and also the whole, unease or tension in the city before and of course before we had, of course, some tear gas there. I happened to be passing by Jinja Road at the time of the arrest, and you could see there was a lady who was carrying a basket of bananas, and during the chaos, all her bananas went down, and of course we saw supporters taking those bananas and perhaps having them for lunch or something. But anyway, there's some unrest of sorts in the city. Of course, we've also just seen some form of deployment at the Chiseka Market. Perhaps we'll put those issues to the Police Chief General Kale Kaihura, who will also be addressing a press conference in just a few minutes. We'll be hearing from the police about what's going on in the country. Now, those are live pictures of Dr. Kiza Besigye's procession. Of course, traffic is slow. If you're moving around Makerere University, you'll have to find perhaps an alternative, and that's Kalere, if my geography serves me right. That's Kalere, Kalere Markets. Dr. Kiza Besigye there through Kalere. He's proceeding to Makerere University to address a rally. The people at the market there, joining through, and the supporters there following Dr. Kiza Besigye and seeing him through. Ecstatic crowds there following Dr. Kiza Besigye right from his home in Kasangati all through to Makerere University, where he is expected to address it right now. Of course, we know that the official timetable, according to the Electoral Commission, campaigning closes at 6. Will Besigye be able to address the rally at Makerere University, but also follow up with the rally at Kafumbe Mukasa? That is certainly a question. We will also be following NRM's Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in Jinja, of course, where he'll also be addressing a rally. Chiseka Market seems to be very deserted. You can see, everyone trying to run. It's Well, unease there. People trying to run away from. I think there must have been a scuffle there. Everything seems to be faster there. You know, military deployment at the Chiseka market. Of course, after chaotic scene between the traders there and the police, who were of course protesting against the arrest of FDC's Dr. Kiza Besigye earlier on in the day. We're keeping an eye on the different places right there, so be sure to just stay with us on NBS as we keep a 360-degree look at the elections and of course the build-up of the elections and ahead of the 18th of February. Chiseka Market, if you're going around there, the shops have closed. And if you're going around that place, be sure that you need to keep safe because military deployment is at the Chiseka market areas. We're keeping an eye on the entire electoral process. My name is Solomon Seranja and the entire team behind the scenes. We are here to bring you information as and when it happens. We'll take a very short break, but we return with more, including the press conference by the Inspector General Police, General Kale Kaihura. Stay with us.
NBS. Always. We will break the news first. You can have that we dig deeper than anyone else. You can have confidence in our integrity. You could rely on stories that everyone else is afraid of. Oh, qualitative and oh, live at 9. Yes, always.
Back with more names and personalized bottles and cans. So now you can share a Coke and a feeling.
The clock is ticking. We can barely count down. Every minute and every second. The highest office in the land to decide their next leaders based on key issues that touch the very heart of this nation. We'll be live from all corners of the country, following and tracking the NBS Uganda Decide.
we dig deeper. Live. Anyway. Ways. NBS.
No, don't go. What are you doing? Look at your age. Let me go and pay my electricity bill. No, let me pay using my phone.
Do anything to use Airtel Money. Send money, pay bills, or buy data and stand a chance to get in the box with Airtel Yola Maja, where you can Yola up to 2 million shillings daily or up to 20 million shillings in the grand finale. Dial *185# for Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
What you need as a voter on polling day. Present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
Are you ready for true 4G action? Explosive online gaming or fast movie action all night? Get ready! Real movie action and online action starts at midnight with our night bundles. Get an unlimited experience for the whole month at only 79,900 shillings or buy a night-only bundle of 1 GB at 2,500 shillings only and blast from midnight to 7 a.m. with true 4G internet. Dial *132# to buy a bundle. Vodafone, power to you.
Where's my money? You went kokorika. Mtabani, Irakaya, Hatamano, we have to save, okay? We have to save. I take you come here, you paraching creative, him. Yabari. Asena, one day, but I never. Aha, Atambay Kumia. Mbaye chikumini cha banyokene ochene azatambuza nyabara chirete
iwe atkureni bank manya they give you interest on your saving. Saving is easier than you think.
Eshkatota ya zakaiga har
Fanta feel Fanta fruit blast para Fanta.
Wow!
Fanta, para Fanta.
Amazing!
Fanta fruit blast, para Fanta. Tasty Fanta, para Fanta. Fanta fruit blast, para Fanta. Tasty Fanta, para Fanta. Tasty Fanta.
New Fanta fruit blast with honey. Wow, what an amazing taste!
NBS. Always.
You're certainly watching NBS always because we are the political command center. especially during this period of the elections. We're keeping an eye on the different presidential candidates, where they are and what are they going to say. Dr. Kizza Besigye is on his way to Makerere University, where he will be addressing a crowd there. And also NRM Ziori Kaguta Museveni is in Jinja. We'll join Joseph Sabiti later on, but also former Prime Minister John Patrick Amama Mbabazi is in Soroti. So Bahati Remi will be standing by for us. We'll also be joining different presidential candidates, including Maureen Chalia, Abid Bwanika, Vanassis Baria Mudeba, and of course Benon Biraru, but also Joseph Mabilizi in just a short while. Now, the police is also going to hold a press conference, so we will be relaying that live. The Inspector General Police General Kale Kayihura will be addressing a press conference in just a while, and we are still waiting for that press conference to begin, but we already have a team there, so be sure that we'll give you the information as and when we have it. Now, before we went for a break, we were looking at the situation in Chiseka Market, where we received information that there was a chaotic moment between the police and the supporters of Dr. Kizza Besigye, many of whom are the traders operating in Chiseka, in the Chiseka Market, protesting the arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye, of course looking at it as unfair. Now, Chiseka Market this is not new to Chiseka Market. Now, different riots are broken off from Chiseka Market, especially when Dr. Kizza Besigye comes through there. So you can imagine what happens there and what happened actually there. We've also received information that there's military deployment there. Those are live pictures in Chiseka Market. If you can look at police there putting their boots on ground, their own surveillance and on patrol. The police there looking out for anything and anyone who is trying to cause any chaos in Chiseka Market. Now, earlier on we saw the deployment of the military police in Chiseka Market. That there sends a signal about what's happening around that side. So if you are going to areas surrounding Chiseka Market, you need to, be careful about your security and what's happening there. Most of the shops have closed in Chiseka Market, and many of the people don't want to lose their merchandise, because whenever there is a riot or any sorts of things in Chiseka Market, you know that a lot of goods are destroyed, they are destroyed, shops broken into, and a lot of chaos there, and this really is a question of where do we stand as a nation in terms of keeping having a peaceful election. What do we stand for as a nation? As I earlier on told you, if you moved around the city, there are very many worries that we could have a violent election, but that will not happen, because this nation deserves better after 18th of February. Now, I also came across different people shopping and stocking food in their houses, saying we just need to at least have enough to take us through this whole electoral process, because we are worried about what may happen. And many of the people are saying they're going to the rural places, rural areas where they will be casting their vote. But as a nation, we certainly require a peaceful election. Those are pictures coming through from Chiseka Market. But also, let's now cross over to what's happening. Besigye's procession there, trying to snake through, the mammoth crowd there. He will be addressing a press conference. He will be addressing a rally at the Makerere University at the Freedom Square at Makerere. So if you of course are going around Makerere side, the traffic must also be terrible, because if you can see, the road has practically been blocked, so you better find an alternative route to get you to your destination. Otherwise, the areas around Wandegea, Makerere side, and of course Kubiri side, around that side from Makerere through to Kubiri, must be a little bit jammed up, so you need perhaps to find an alternative route. The police is also of course there to give Dr. Kizza Besigye security as he proceeds for the rally which will be held at Makerere University. Now, after Makerere University, Dr. Kizza Besigye will address a rally at Kafumbe Mukasa, where he will conclude his day, and perhaps he will be asking the people for their votes as we get closer to the 18th of February, where we'll all go and cast our ballot. Let's just give you a feel with some natural sound of what's happening at Dr. Kizza Besigye's rally. Well, those are live pictures coming to you from Wandegeya right there, where Dr. Kizza Besigye is trying to sneak through to have his way to Makerere University. Now, he will be addressing a rally at the Freedom Square at Makerere University. And of course, later on, he will be going to Kafumbe Mukasa, where other, there also, where another rally will be held. Now, we'll also be following Joseph Sabitu, who is with candidate Yoweri Museveni in Jinja right there. We'll go there in just a while, but also we have a press conference by the Inspector General Police, General Kale Kayihura, so we relay that press conference live to you as we keep following what's happening in the country. Now, if you have also just joined us, we know that Dr. Kizza Besigye earlier on in the day was detained and then later on released. The argument was he was using a different traffic route rather than that the traffic officers had guided him to use. Of course, some tear gas used there before to disperse the crowds, and later on, of course, he was set free, and right now he's on his way to Makerere University, where he will address the crowds there ahead of the poll day, which is the 18th of February. So we will certainly be following that for you. But what's the politics of Kampala here, and what does Dr. Kizza Besigye have to tell the people of Makerere University to be able to sway them to his side and to give him a ballot? That we'll be analyzing with Dr. Ruhweza, who will be joining us in studio to discuss how relevant is Kampala to the political game in Uganda. What happens when someone wins Kampala? Does it mean anything? And what are those issues that we want the different presidential candidates to address as far as Kampala is concerned? But if you look at Makerere as a region, it's as a sub-region, of course. You look at the greater part of Makerere University, Kubiri, and then the other side of Old Kampala. It's a place which, of course, is also politically active. Now, we know that Makerere University has had several strikes right there. And I know that we've also just received information that the police has deployed heavily in Makerere University. And we will also be relaying to you those pictures, what will happen in Makerere University. But for now, we're keeping an eye on Dr. Kizza Besigye, who will be addressing a rally right there. So you are indeed watching NBS always as we keep an eye on the elections. We will now cross later on to Joseph Sabitu, who will be joining us to just tell us what's happening in the yellow camp. Moses Walugembe has been with Dr. Kizza Besigye all through. We will also be talking to him later on as we keep an eye on the electoral process. But perhaps what I also need to take you through are the do's and don'ts that the Electoral Commission has set if you're going to cast your ballot on the 18th of February. Now, if you go to a polling station, the orders are that when you reach the polling station, you have to switch off your phone, then after which you will get, they'll get your fingerprint to do voter verification. And once you've been verified, then you'll be given access to go and cast your ballot. Now, if you intend or by any way get your phone out in the polling at the polling station, you will be arrested by the constable from the Electoral Commission. Those are orders that the Electoral Commission issued with alongside the police, that if you get your phone out within the premises of the polling station, you will be arrested and detained, and there will be no phones at the polling stations. So you cannot be seen taking pictures at the polling station. You cannot be seen you cannot be seen talking on phone within the polling station. So you need to be very careful. But also, you're not supposed to chant out any slogan of any political party. You're not supposed to come dressed in t-shirts of any political party, because the Electoral Commission thinks that that is, in a way, you're trying to communicate something to other voters. But yes, those are some of the do's and don'ts. You're not supposed to come with whistles and all that. So we will certainly be educating you more about that. But speaking of elections, let's go to Jordan Mubangizi, who is standing for us at the police headquarters. Jordan, I know that the police chief, General Kale Kayihura, will be addressing a press conference in just a few minutes. But what should we expect from General Kale?
That the arrest of earlier today continues to make rounds, and whatever the IGP is going to address will definitely be surrounding the arrest of Dr. Besigye, whether he complied with the law or the officers on duty then or he did not. Those will be some of the issues that General Kale Kayihura will be addressing this afternoon. And of course, you remember that a few days ago he addressed a press conference, and of course some of the issues he pointed out was that Dr. Besigye was going outside the law, especially in regard to the way he was addressing his conference, his rallies, addressing them way beyond the recommended time, as well as the way he was using the roads. According to the IGP, it was not within the law, and today's arrest of Dr. Chavez just surrounded pretty much around that. And for whatever the reason is, I expect him to address us on why the response was such aggressive, the tear gas and all that happened in town, and the things that will be happening in the next 2, 3, 4 days.
Well, we are not yet certain what charges Dr. Kizza Besigye, what charges were opened on Dr. Kizza Besigye. Have you gotten any information to that effect?
You and I know that no charge was opened against Dr. Kizza Besigye. He was held briefly at several police stations, of course, first being taken to Central Police Station, later on to Chia Road Police Station, but no charge was preferred against him. He was later driven to his home in Kasangati, where he spent before driving back to town. I've reliably that a few minutes ago there were bullets and tear gas in town again, because when Dr. Besigye came, police was not comfortable with the situations and the scenes that were turning out. Probably the people in Chiseka Market were becoming rowed and all that. So basically, for now, as what charges were preferred against him in the morning, I can comfortably tell you that none. But maybe today, if any arrest is done, probably there will be some charge of some sort.
Well, Jordan, I also want to put to your attention the issue of crime preventers, which also remains a very contentious issue. Many people still asking their role in the electoral process, some of them looking at them as vigilantes and, militia groups. The opposition vehemently against the deployment of crime preventers. Do you think General Kale Kayihura will be also talking about that issue?
Well, pretty much I expect the IGP to talk about the issue of crime preventers, but he'll talk about them in the positive, not in the negative, like the civil society and the opposition already say, because that crime preventers at this particular time are really necessary in my own view, because if you look at the numbers of the police and the magnitude of work they have to do, really that's why the army has even come in, and the IGP always argue in that line that no matter how bad these people might be looked at in society, they're really necessary at this point. After all, they're not going to hold guns, they're not going to be engaged in operations, they're just there to detect crime and inform police, thereby easing the work of police, especially on how these people are going to be police in ensuring that a peaceful election process, but more importantly on what their fate will be after the election process.
Well, perhaps, Jordan, another issue that we would perhaps want to ask the Inspector General Police, General Kale Kayihura. We've had allegations, unconfirmed allegations, that the crime preventers will be given police uniform. We want to know, Jordan, if indeed General Kale Kayihura will be addressing that issue. Particularly, the opposition has come out with that allegation that the different crime preventers who will be deployed in the different locations during the electoral process will be given police uniforms. Jordan, we perhaps would want to, understand if these allegations are true or not. So I am sure that the IGP, General Kale Kayihura, will have to come out clear on that issue, but perhaps also what we expect the Inspector General Police, General Kale Kayihura, to talk about is the deployment of these crime preventers, and of course what is their mandate, and how should Ugandans know that you're a crime preventer? Is it just because you'll be putting on a t-shirt, or are you going to, will they have IDs, and how can we identify them and isolate them from other police officers, especially during this electoral process? So we will, Jordan would want to understand properly about that, but perhaps we'll come back to Jordan in just a few minutes later. We will join Fred Enanga, who is the police spokesperson there, who will be addressing the press conference. Jordan will be joining that press conference in just a heartbeat right there. But those are live pictures coming through from the police headquarters. Fred Enanga, who is the official spokesperson of police, will be addressing the media on different issues, including the earlier arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye, but also on the issue of the security situation around the country as we get closer to the elections that is just on Thursday. Days away, Ugandans will go to the polls, but we all want a peaceful election. So we probably want to know about the deployment, especially to the different, hotspots in Kampala, but also across the country. How are they going to manage the security, but also address those questions that are pertinent to Ugandans, especially on the issue of crime preventers, an issue which is continuing to be a controversial subject of debate across the political platform, with many looking at them as vigilantes, while the police looks at them as people who will be helping us with security. Now let's go live to Fred Enanga, who is addressing a press briefing. We'll come back with a detailed analysis of that press conference. Fred Enanga joins us live now.
And come up with a clear position of the police. It's true that this morning there was an incident at the Punjani Junction. Most of you know that place along Jinja Road on the eastern side of the city center. That was involving the FDC presidential candidate, retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye, and his supporters who were traveling on border borders and others on foot. He had just held a campaign rally in Kamoja outside the city center without any incident, and we were able to police that. However, when he reached the Punjani Junction from Kamoja, he told the commander, Kampala Metropolitan, that is AIGP Abbas Byakagaba, that he was going to hold a campaign rally, that is in Nasa Road, Chiseka, and then later in the afternoon, Chisenyi, then Makerere University, but wanted to pass through the city center. Now, since he was in a sizable procession, the commander advised him that it was not appropriate to go through the city center, given that there is heavy traffic and the possibility that businesses would be paralyzed, not to mention the real danger that properties could also be destroyed and even lives of people put in danger. So he suggested an alternative route that could lead him to Nasa Road outside the city center. However, retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye refused the advice and insisted on the procession through the city center. Note that there is a standing order disallowing processions along Kampala Road. However, the police had therefore no alternative but to contain the situation in face of violent and rowdy supporters that were moving with him. Anti-riot had to disperse limited tear gas to disperse the crowds and secured retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. The police then, we went with him first to the Central Police Station here and in Kampala, and then Chira Road Police Station, and continued to persuade him to see if he could see reason in our advice to him so that he could continue with his campaigns. He was neither arrested, let alone detained. Police even offered to escort him to Makerere University in the afternoon to Chiseka, where he wanted to go, the venue of his next rally, but he was still uncooperative. And it's not something new from the FDC presidential candidate. So police were able to escort him back to his home in the afternoon, and he is free. he was free to continue with his campaign program in the city, but in a manner where he's able to cooperate with the police in our efforts to keep law and order. It should be noted that all presidential candidates are in their final phase of the campaigns and are descending on the city. It is therefore incumbent on all candidates to exercise responsibility and ensure that public order and business life of the city are not disturbed. Incidentally, as we talk now, retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye has left his home and is back to the city and is on his way to his scheduled program at Makerere University. Police has no objection to that. We have simply asked him and his campaign team to coordinate and harmonize his programs with the police such that there is no antagonizing other activities of the communities within the city center and the business life of business owners in the city. End of statement. Thank you.
Maybe one or two questions.
And then we carry up to...
Could I just ask...
Could you mention your name and...
Sorry, Daniel Finnan, Radio France International. Could I just ask it seems difficult for me to be able to discern whether he was arrested or not. Did he have a choice as to whether to go with the police or not? Was he able to make that decision? Could he have just waited where he was if he wanted to? Please.
Next.
Another question?
How many of his supporters... my name is Ruth Nesoba from the BBC One Service. How many of his supporters were arrested and what charges are you going to press against them, or have they been released?
Yes. Name and where you work from?
When I on Abira is complaining that DPC Bagum Aaron mishandled her, why couldn't we see a female officer arrested Abira?
Yes.
I'm Andrew Barber of the Monitor. You talked about the standing orders that processions are not allowed in the city. Are these orders affecting only opposition? Because we are seeing KCCA being called the same processions in the town. NRM supporters also held the same processions in town. Why are you focusing only on the opposition?
I think that's all.
Okay. Yeah, Daniel, to start with your point, you are saying whether there was a choice for him to remain in that place stationary. Maybe, I don't know up to when. But of course, it is not a situation that could remain forever. Because you know very well that in the person of the Dr. Kizza Besigye, with the rowdy crowds at Punjani is as you're entering the city center. And there are four junctions that lead into the city center from that spot. So continuing to hold him there as his right is, of course, attracts more build-up, and he was able to reorganize himself and head back to the city. Mulago roundabout, but of course, supporters were becoming this rowdy. Yeah, BBC, there is no arrest. The director KMP informed me that they didn't arrest any persons for the passage and by actually conveying him to his home, to cause for So holistic by them going away, and that is what happened. The observer, that is a subject of investigation. If Ingrid claims that Nabila claims that she was actually mishandled by our DPC, that is something that can be investigated. At this stage, there is not any information suggesting that. We are only hearing from you and her. We could advise that she coordinates with the police, and then we have that matter investigated. I presume the whole process being something that attracted the media, we have footages suggesting that probably she was mishandled by the DPC also, and so. The Daily Monitor, yes, the director KMP got to standing orders on processions regarding electoral events when he was guided on processions within the city center, when they were working closely with the Electoral Commission and some of those marketplaces which were based within the what? Within the heart of the city. And I remember that is something that was arrived at during the Lukwago Lord Mayor scheduled campaign that was supposed to take there. It was a position that was arrived at with the Electoral Commission that we preserve the heart of the city, that is the main road, as well as restricting activities to allow business flow, business like move on, and because once you have the city center now sort of business sort of disrupted, almost you have a lockdown, no movement. Remember, it becomes difficult for you to clear the jam, the traffic outside, and what is also coming, what is inflowing. So that was it. Thank you. I think we can now go to Luganda and then wind up.
And Swahili?
I don't do Swahili.
You can give us some advice.
Yes, Mr. Onyango is going to help me with Swahili. Thank you. Uganda, can we start?
Yes, we start. We are hearing that these supporters are being tear gassed right now. So what the update on that? If you say that now they were allowed police, they have allowed him to come to his bar in Makere, where his supporters are being tear gassed.
Can find out more on that. Okay. Kuncha ya lero wabaddewo incident of Gitosha mu Uganda. Incident. Anti kyetaaga oli omukadde ali mu kyalo amanye nti katona amugamba nti wabaddewo incident aba akitegeera. Ebalese. Kunkya ya leero wabaddewo embeera ku luguudo oluyingira e Kampala ku kitundu ekya Punjani. Wano waliwo amakubo ga mirundi ena agayingira mu kibuga Kampala ku lw'Ejjinja Road ku njegoyego y'ekibuga Kampala wakati wa presidential candidate owa FDC retired Kano Dr. Kizza Besigye n'abawagizi be ababadde batambula ku bigere nga balala bali ku booda. Bano badde bakamaliriza okuba campaign emu mu kitundu eky'Ekamwokya wabweru w'ekibuga nga tewaliwo mbeera yonna, tewali kanyoolagano yadde, naye bwe baavuddeeyo okugezaako okuyingira ekibuga bwe batuuse ku kitundu ky'Epunjani bwe basanze nga komanda atwala ekibuga Kampala n'emiriraano AIGP Abbas Yakagaba bwe bamusanze n'alyoka kano Dr. Kizza Besigye abategeeza nti abadde agenda mu maaso ne kaweefube ow'okulaba nti apepereza obululu mu bitundu ebya Nassa Road ewa Kisekka agende wa Kisenyi oluvannyuma agende Makerere naye nga kino yadde akikola ng'ayagala kukumba n'abawagizi be n'abali ku booda ku kikubo ekinene ekya Kampala Road mu kibuga wakati olw'okuba nti yabadde ayina nnamungi w'omuntu eyabadde amugoberera omupoliisi atwala Kampala n'emiriraano oba komanda atwala Kampala n'emiriraano n'amuwabula n'amugamba nti kwegamba tekirabika bulungi okuyita mu kibuga wakati n'ennamungi w'omuntu oyo n'abantu abo bonna olw'okuba nti kiyinza ate okwongera omugotteko mu kibuga wakati olw'okuba nti eryo ekkubo erya Kampala Road emmotoka nnyingi ziyitako ate ne bizinesi ez'amaanyi ennyingi nazo zeeriraanye ekkubo lino so nekiba nti yagezezzaako mutangira obutayita mu kkubo eryo eddene nga kisobola okutaataganya embeera mu kibuga ate nekituwa obuzibu nekiwa abatuuze abasuubuzi bonna abatambuza emirimu gyabwe mu kibuga abagezaako okufuluma ekibuga bandibadde bakosebwa mu ngeri ey'amaanyi so ate si ekyo kyokka engeri gy'otunuliramu bizinesi nga bw'ozza olaba ebibaddewo mu bitundu ebyenjawulo ekaleerwa awo bangi beemulugunya nti mu bawagizi bano abamu waliwo abagenze nga bakwata ku bintu byabwe eggulo nga luli nga baali bava Namboole mu kitundu eky'Ennakawa abantu bakosebwa mulimu n'omuyindi omu gwe banyakula awo bamunyakulako ebintu byali ayina ne bamwambula ekikolo ekitaali kirungi so nga tulaba nti waliwo obweraliikirivu obw'okwonoona ebintu byabo abali ku ludda mu kikubo ekigazi ekya Kampala wakati n'okuteeka obulamu bw'abantu mu katyabaga komanda wa Kampala n'emiriraano yamuwadde ekkubo eddala lyasobola okuyitamu awatali nnyo mugotteko asobole okutuuka eyo gy'alaga ku Nassa Road then oluvannyuma yeyongereyo naye twagala okutegeeza eggwanga nti nga omanyi retired kano Dr. Kizza Besigye okuwabula kuno yakuganye era n'awaliriza nti ye n'abantu be n'abawagizi be balina okukumba nga bayita mu kibuga wakati ate nga emabegako bwe twali mu biseera biri by'okugezaako okunoonya obululu Erias Lukwago yagezaako okukuba campaign e Nakasero nekireetera aba Electoral Commission nga bakoleganira wamu n'aba agency ne director wa Kampala okusalawo nti ekkubo eddene erya Kampala Road n'obutale obuli mu kibuga wakati ebyobufuzi bireme kukola ki bireme kutambulira mu bifo bino olw'okuba nti biyinza okukosa nnyo bannayuganda n'abo abatambuza emirimu gyabwe mu kibuga wakati n'olw'ensonga eyo okutuuka nti tetwakanyiza naye olw'okuba nti tetwatuuse ku kukkaanya ng'ate tulina okulaba nga tetukkiriza mbeera yakacyankalana mu kibuga olw'okuba nti abawagizi ba Dr. Kizza Besigye nga nze mubalaba balina ebikolwa balina amaanyi mangi ge bakozesa mu puroguramu zaabwe abamu nga bwe mbannyonnyodde awo tekyandibatwalidde kaseera kanene kwenyigira mu bikolwa bya ffujjo so abasirikale baffe abakakkanya bujagalalo basobodde okubasaasaanya olw'okuba nti badde baganye nga tetutuuse ku kukaanya okulaba nti batambulira wabweru w'ekibuga mpaka mu bitundu ebyo gye balaga. So mu kubasaasaanya awo twasobodde okuzza kano Dr. Kizza Besigye ebbali ne tujja naye ku CPS ne tuyitira ekiralo ne tumuzaayo okuligoberera. So twamuwadde akadde nti addeyo awaka yerowooze alabe oba okutambulira wamu ne poliisi naddala mu kiseera kino nga tuwumbawumba kiba kirina engeri gye tusobola okuyamba abawagizi be naffe bannayuganda bonna bonna, naye nga tewali tetwamukutte tetwamusibye. Ebigambibwa nti yakwatiddwa n'asibibwa nedda, era ne kaakati bwenjogerera asemberedde Makerere gy'agenda okukola oba okukuba ngaali eyeddako. So okutwaliza wamu byebyo ekitujjeyo okukola statement bwetyo. Mwebale nnyo. Waliwo agambye nti DPC waffe wa CPS alina enkwata gyakuttemu omukyala Nabiira wa FDC. Tukifunye wano kubanga tetulinawo nakati we twogerera kwemulugunya kwonna kulaga nti waliwo avuddeyo ne yeemulugunya ku DPC naye nga kiri ku sayidi y'amawulire. Naye nga wekiba nti kituufu kubanga tewaliiwo mu nkola yaffe ne mu mateeka agafuga empeereza yaffe omusajja omupoliisi ogenda mu maaso akole ki oba akwate omukyala agezeeko okumuvunaana mu ngeri y'okumukwata n'okumusika omutwala ku poliisi, ekyo tekiriiyo. So tusaba omukyala Nabiira n'abo balina ebifaananyi ebiraga ekifaananyi kino bakijjeyo tusobole okukyetegereza tulabe oba mulimu amazima, kubanga wano we tuli nakaakati tewaliwo alipoota eyafuluma. Eba
No Swahili. No Swahili.
Well, police spokesperson Fred Enanga there addressing the media about the arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye. Of course, the highlights of that press conference, Enanga said that, you know, it was because Dr. Kizza Besigye did not follow the orders of the police, who were also giving him, you know, guidance. Well, he wanted to go through Chiseka Market to Makerere University, but the police blocked him, telling him you cannot go along with that procession through the city to Makerere. So that's the reason behind the arrest. Again, Enanga has not said any charges that they opened against Dr. Kizza Besigye. They just detained him for a few minutes before he was, of course, taken to his home in Kasangati. And of course, he has also confirmed that no supporters of Dr. Kizza Besigye were arrested in this afternoon scuffle on Ginger Road. And of course, that's after the question was raised. He also did say that, you know, there were also allegations that the Kampala woman member of parliament, Nabiira Nagai, was mishandled by the police. And he did say that that also did not happen. Fred Enanga there coming out on the earlier arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye and also about his detention, saying, well, look, it was just to show you the way and so that you don't go through the middle of the city center because you'd cause a lot of chaos. Well, those are the words of the police spokesperson Fred Enanga, who has just finished addressing a press conference. But what does Dr. Kizza Besigye's brief arrest mean to the politics of this nation, especially as we get closer to the election date? Now, we'll also be following Dr. Kizza Besigye. If perhaps I could, we'll go back and see where Dr. Besigye has reached with his procession. And of course, we would love to know what's happening there at Makerere University, but we've also received information that there is heavy deployment at Makerere University ahead of Dr. Kizza Besige's rally, which is expected to be where he's expected to, address a mammoth of crowds there, after which he'll be going to Kafumbe Mukasa for yet another rally. Dr. Kizza Besige on the political scene right now, everyone discussing his arrest and that. The international media is already in the country. By the way, we'll also be following the developments from Uganda. We've seen the BBC there, Al Jazeera there asking those questions. So all eyes and all cameras across the world will be on Uganda to look and follow the elections of the Pearl of Africa. At NBS, we'll be bringing to you every twist and turn of the build-up to the elections. Now, those are live pictures coming through from, that is Dr. Kizza Besige's procession as he goes past Wandegea to Makerere University. I'm wondering what's happening there. I think it's, some sort of, I think those are some of the candidates, some of the supporters of Dr. Kizza Besige as he comes through to Makerere University. I can see there is a blockade there. The police has perhaps sealed off the road there. We're trying to understand the pictures from Makerere University there. Of course, Dr. Kizza Besige supporters kind of demonstrating a bit against that, blockade there. But the police, from what I'm looking at, I can see pictures of the police there. Police sealing off the road as Dr. Kizza Besige makes his way through Wandegea to Makerere University, where he'll be addressing a rally. We're trying to make sense of those pictures there. I can see that's, I think, the roundabout at Wandegea right there. Police armored vehicles patrolling the place, perhaps sealing it off, some form of tear gas. Yes, police there. Tear gas canisters there. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, those are live pictures. Chaotic scenes from Wandegea there ahead of Dr. Kizza Besige's, Makerere University rally. My God, you can see police are sealed off the roundabout there. Armored vehicles trying to, bring the situation to order. Dr. Kizza Besige bringing Wandegea to a standstill there. People, his supporters demonstrating against the blockade that has been placed there. Dr. Kizza Besige has been perhaps blocked from getting through to Makerere University. I can see police vehicles there patrolling the place. So if you're going to Makerere University, I think you should avoid that roundabout. Places around Wandegea, Wandegea place. You need to avoid Wandegea right now because the picture doesn't look very, rosy there. Police deployment, the crowds there throwing back stones at the police. So you should be able to avoid passing through Wandegea. Find an alternative route if you're going through Wandegea city. Wandegea, perhaps you need to get yourself together and avoid that road because some chaotic scenes there as Dr. Kizza Besige comes closer to Makerere University. Those are pictures coming through from the Wandegea roundabout. Indeed, as the police try to make a statement there, heavy deployment, we can see very many police officers right there. And of course, if you can avoid Wandegea side, please avoid going through Wandegea because it is a bit chaotic right there. Police armored vehicles, the supporters of supporters there, I don't know who, but they are throwing stones at the police. Of course, those are Besige's supporters who are, of course, not happy because Dr. Kizza Besige must have been perhaps blocked from going to Makerere University, or we're trying to understand those pictures. Those live pictures from Wandegea. So if you can avoid Wandegea, please do so because of the situation of what is happening right there. The different supporters of Dr. Kizza Besige throwing stones at the police using tear gas to calm the situation down, dispersing Dr. Kizza Besige's supporters there. Pictures, chaotic pictures of sorts coming through from Wandegea there. and no, that really speaks of what's going on in the country, especially around Wandegea. We'll put these questions to Freddie Nanga, who is the spokesperson of the police. We are actually going to get back to him in just a short while. Why has the police deployed there, and why have they dispersed the crowds there? We will want to understand those pictures. That's Makerere University. That's the roundabout around Wandegea police. We have our teams there covering that for you, and of course we've seen supporters of Dr. Kizza Besigye against, I think, him being blocked. They're throwing stones back at the police. Shops closed. Wandegea side has been paralyzed, and it has come to a standstill. You can see, the border people perhaps trying to, they have left their borders there and trying to, hide to avoid the chaos. But that's what's going on at Wandegea roundabout. As you can see, traffic, well, there's no traffic anyway. You can see that there's been a scuffle between the police and supporters of Dr. Kizza Besigye. Heavy deployment of the men in uniform, using also tear gas and any form of, any form of measure to bring the situation to order at Wandegea. Violent scenes there characterize the Dr. Kizza Besigye's rally in Makerere University. The military has been deployed, the police has been deployed to make sure that the situation gets back to order. The international press is there. Those are some of the armored vehicles of the police trying to patrol and to put the situation back in order. Now that speaks volumes about the situation in Uganda, especially with just a few days to the elections, just a couple of days to the elections. On Thursday, Ugandans will go to the polls, but these scenes send shockwaves down the spines of many Ugandans about, of course, we have seen the police deployed, and also the military police deployed in Wandegea. So those are pictures coming through from Wandegea. Use of tear gas, as you can see right there. Tear gas to disperse the crowds in Wandegea. Okay, so that is really what's happening in Wandegea, the roundabout. If you're coming through, or if you wanted to make to go through Wandegea, please avoid Wandegea roundabout. We urge you to avoid Wandegea roundabout. Now there are people who are stuck in that traffic there, as you can see right there, they seem to be stuck. But the police deployed heavily there, including the military police at the Wandegea roundabout. Police dispersing their Besigye's supporters who have been with him from his home in Kasangati all through to Gayaza, all through to Wandegea, but they have been blocked from perhaps using the Makerere route to the main gate. Right there, the tear gas being used at the Wandegea market around that place, and also the roundabout. Those are pictures that we have for you right now, and that's what's happening in Wandegea there. Those are chaotic scenes. Now we earlier on also had such similar scenes in Chiseka market, as the police was trying to quell the crowds there who went out of course we had pictures from the police there who of course brought the situation back to order in Chiseka market. But those are pictures from Wandegea. The police has been deployed. There's heavy police deployment in Wandegea to put the situation back in order. But we've had the people throwing stones back at the police, kind of tension there in Wandegea. And of course those are pictures of the military police in Wandegea, of course with the other police officers trying to put the situation back in order. That indeed speaks loud, and perhaps for us to discuss more about what this means in studio tonight, this afternoon we're joined by Dr. Ruheza there from Makerere University, who is also a political analyst observing what's going on in the country. Doc, it's good to have you this afternoon. Those pictures speak loud of what's going on in the country. Of course we see the police there deployed in Wandegea, heavy deployment and dispersing Besigye supporters from accessing, perhaps they tried to block Dr. Kizza Besigye from accessing Makerere University via the main gate because of the, you know, the traffic system that was there. What do you make of these pictures?
Thank you, Solomon. As you can clearly see that these pictures do not give us nice publicity to the international community. At the same time, it also creates a sense of apprehension to the people of Uganda or anybody else who is watching what is going on. We cannot establish, obviously, why there's a lot of police presence once again in Wandegea. Maybe it's a traffic issue or something like that. We wait to hear from one of your reporters, and then we can get back to...
Well, yes, certainly we'll get back to you. Let's listen from Moses Walugembe, who is giving us an update of what's happening in Wandegea. Moses.
Following Dr. Besigye to his other rally as he had decided to move on. Moses Walugembe, NBS.
Well, Moses Walugembe there, perhaps trying to do for us a piece, but we will certainly get to Moses about to give us just a clear picture of what happened in Wandegea. We'll come back to Moses shortly in just a while as he gets set to just give us a detailed analysis and also a description of what happened, what caused that heavy deployment in Wandegea. But Dr. Ruweza, the police deployment in Wandegea, you are still trying to paint a picture. What does that mean for the electoral process at such a time as this?
Yeah, I think what is clear is that this is a very important period in the life of our 53-year-old nation. And the presence of the police force, one, signifies that our government is very keen about the security issues and wants to ensure that there is no chaos that takes place during the electoral process. But at the same time, it will also give that feeling of insecurity amongst the people. You know, when you see a lot of armed men properly geared up and so on, there's a sense of apprehension, and this kind of can even bring back memories of those days when things were not doing very well in our nation. But be that as it may, I still think that as Ugandans we need to remain calm and remain focused on the issue at hand, and the issue is that on Thursday there is an election process that is going to take place whereby each Ugandan will vote for the candidate or candidates of their choice. And therefore we should be hesitant to react quickly, you know, and emotionally about what is going on. And if there's a way in which a message could reach out to those who are actually on the street and tell them, take your time, do not react, don't be provoked easily by the presence of armed people. Let them do what they are trying to do and remain focused on what is your obligation. And your obligation is to vote on Thursday. Your obligation is to listen to what the candidates are saying and make an informed decision.
Well, certainly we will be joined by Fred Enanga, who is live from Naguru headquarters, the police headquarters in Naguru, just to tell us about that deployment in just a while. But we also saw the arrest of Dr. Kizza Besigye earlier on. The police saying that we tried to guide him to use an alternative route to avoid, you know, chaotic scenes and traffic through the CBD.
Yes.
But he refused. That's why we used tear gas and made some, you know, took him back home so that he can use the other route.
Yes.
What do you make of that?
I think, first of all, I mean, the police has to do what they think is their duty. They have to interpret the law as they think is right. They have to look at the situation and make a decision that they think will help maintain peace, security, and order in the country. At the same time, that action, whatever action they take, especially in this time where you have a lot of tension already, everyone is excited about their candidate, emotions are high, they have to deal with the fact that even though what they are doing is right, there is a possibility that their actions may be misinterpreted to mean something else. So do not be surprised when some people think that why are they doing this to our candidate? Why don't they do that to their own candidate, and so on and so forth. But as I said earlier, we need to keep calm, you know, and we need to, as the media, you need to spread out the message to the people. Keep calm, keep your eyes on the prize, let the police do their role and their duty, and even as they do what they do, try to find a way to continue supporting your candidate in a way that is law-abiding and also promotes peace.
Well, certainly, those are live pictures coming through, Doc, from Makerere University. Heavy police deployment right there, trying to put the situation to order. Now, we will be joined by Fred Enanga, who joins us now live from Nakuru. Or in just a while, we'll join Fred Enanga, who to just give us the reason why there was heavy police deployment. Perhaps we'll also need to understand why indeed did they have to stop or block Dr. Kizza Besigye, because I mean he has a rally and he has about 1 hour, 10 minutes to close, because you know rallies close at 6 o'clock. So we want to also know if he will proceed to address that rally at Makerere University. But Doctor, let's now look at the politics of it. I mean, you cannot do away without the politics. Does this in any way give Besigye political capital, or it is against him?
Well, in my opinion, I think anything that is done before Thursday needs to be measured politically, and I think any attempt to stifle a candidate, whether it is right or wrong, works in most cases to the advantage of the candidate. And you know, Besigye for a long time has been having so many run-ins with the establishment, and that has earned him a lot of support, most of it coming because of the sympathy that is given to him by those who think that it is unfair. So in this same situation, I think the fact that he's being you know, directed here, directed there, is arrested, there's tear gas and all this that is going on, I think will work to his advantage. Most likely those undecided voters, or some of them, may think that, you know what, we shall support him now because of what we see that is happening to him. We did not want and we did not envisage this happening again. Others may say, but Besigye is always feisty, why can't he abide, and so on.
Well, Doc, I'll perhaps come back to you. Let's now connect live to Fred Enanga, who joins us live from the police headquarters in Nakuru. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, Fred Enanga there. We had pictures, Fred, of heavy police deployment at Makerere University using tear gas to quell the chaotic scenes there. Dr. Kizza Besigye blocked from going through the main gate to Makerere University, and we've seen chaotic events. How do you describe, or what reason do you have for the heavy police deployment around Wandegea?
Yeah, Solomon, I don't know whether you can get me well from studios. Actually, we've just been trying to come out and give a clear picture of the incident this morning. You're very well aware that all presidential candidates, all parliamentary candidates, have a duty, have a responsibility to harmonize their campaign schedules, their campaign activities with police, because the security component is something that needs not to be undermined as far as policing campaigns and all electoral events is concerned. And if you remember from the very beginning when we were starting with the nominations, we had a harmonized arrangement whereby we sort of avoided getting through the city center, that is the Kampala Road, which is the main road that connects the city. It's the heart of the city where you find a number of activities, flow of traffic and so on getting through there. And we negotiated through Mukwano up to Nachivubo, which was okay. Now, that similar arrangement in these other activities, countrywide and so on, was taking place. Now, what surprises us is that today, Dr. Kizza Besigye, after policing, after having an activity at Kamocha, decides to descend onto the city Going to Nasa Road, there's no problem with that. Going to Chiseka and Senyi, there's no problem with that. But remember that not everybody in the city center is interested in whatever political activities are taking place. So we don't need to antagonize, disrupt, and the business life of other persons. Now, and you know very well the way the Colonel, Dr. Kizza Besigye, has always been moving at snail pace. Now imagine from Punjani entering Kampala Road and then up to Chiseka, the whole of this side, all these other, the inroads, which connect into that main, you would affect all that, and you would have a situation where there's a lockdown and clearing would even take us. But then remember that amongst these crowds, there are also some, because they can't control their crowd, it's a heavy crowd that they are moving with, and there are businesses along the Kampala main road. So you are almost attracting criminality into the city center. People definitely looking at some of the shops and so on. It has been happening in Kasangati, in Karerwe, Nakawa, where they were robbing people of their phones, of their wallets and so on. So it is not an orderly procession. Now, we were able to, when we tried to agree with him and tell him, please, let's divert you to Chiseka by using this other lower route, he refused. He said, I want to go through the city center now. Where is the police?
Well, Ferdinand, I want to come in there. Let's now talk about the situation at Wandige right now. Because earlier on the
situation at Makerere right now, after conveying him, after escorting him to his home, so that probably he can have reason to think about what happened earlier on, he was at liberty to continue with his campaigns. So he is guided all the way from Kasangati, coming to Makerere. Now, the development at Makerere is that the Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye is now not interested in going to Makerere. He wants to head to the city center again. Now, how do you go about that?
I think he has a rally at Kafumbe Mukasa.
So, these are things that it requires, really, because it is you, the same people, the media, the public, which should get on to the police. Once you have a situation that is beyond control within the city center. Now, those are crowds of persons. You let them descend onto the city center, where people are taken unawares. There is not any alert from the police telling them that we are expecting this and this, and you're just going with a crowd which is rowdy, violent, and not controlled. So also look at our side. Remember very well that when the Lord, when Erias Lukwago at one stage attempted to hold a rally at Nakasero, and we had we had dialogue with the Electoral Commission, and there was a standing order arrived at that there's no business, there's no political event on the Kampala Road.
Afande Nanga, if you would help me.
Our candidates know very, very well.
Afande Nanga, if you would help me precisely answer just this one question. Do you have the campaigning program of Dr. Colonel Kizza Besigye for the entire day today? And if yes, which are the areas he had earlier planned to go to?
Now, in fact, that is one good question that you should ask the campaign managers of Dr. Kizza Besigye. Are they harmonizing their campaign schedules and activities with the police? Is the police part of them? There is not anything like that. You just wake up, you don't know where somebody is going, and then you just hear, yes, he's in Makindye, you run, because the safety of Dr. Kizza Besigye is also in our hands. In case anything happens to him, it is us to be blamed. So we have this mandate which was given to us to ensure that is effectively protected.
So would I literally say you're saying that you did not know the program or campaign lineup of Dr. Kizza Besigye for the day-to-day? You didn't know that program as police?
There is not any harmonized program. The Electoral Commission was very, very clear that each and every presidential parliamentary candidate, before you even get to start on your campaign schedules, there is a security element involved. okay? They are the collective rights of other citizens, which also need to be respected. So it is not just you waking up and saying that today I'm going here. Now, if anything happens, if lives of people are threatened, then how do you explain that when you don't have any harmonized program?
Mr. Enanga, I also want to know just one thing. We earlier on saw police deployment.
Let's wind up. There are other activities I need to carry out. Okay?
All right, maybe finally, could you please tell us about the earlier deployment of police at Chiseka Market, and also finally on the issue where you said if Honorable Nabira Sempala is talking about being harassed during the arrest, he needs to provide evidence. Now we have footage of a police officer actually sitting on her in front of the car.
Any form of harassment, in whatever form, whether by a police or a civilian component, is something that is investigated. It's a reportable case. Now, if at all there was anything like harassment, I've not seen any of those footages. I just implore the Honorable Nabila to generate a complaint, and then it is investigated and was supported by the video footages and so on. We can have a matter investigated.
All right, thank you very much,
Mr. The other deployment, yes, thank you.
Fred Nanga there joining us live from the police headquarters in Naguru, explaining the police's position on the deployment of the men in uniforms, the police at Wandege roundabout, saying that Dr. Kizza Besigye says he's no longer interested in going to Makere but should proceed to Kafumbe Mukasa. In such a case, the police must be aware, because I know that they're given a copy of the calendar. We know that today Besigye also had to go to Kafumbe Mukasa.
Yes,
and so I'm failing to get the thin line between him saying, well, I don't want to address a rally in Makere. I want to produce, because time has gone, you have 1 hour, so I'd rather address my final rally in Kafumbe Mukasa and avoid the rally in Makere, and so you block him.
And maybe if I just engage Dr. Ruhweza right here, we see the police coming in to make quite a lot of explanation, most especially about the arrests that have been made today. But the question would be, whose mandate would it be for police to actually get to know the harmonized position or the harmonized campaign program of most of these candidates?
My understanding is that the police and the campaign managers of all the candidates have a proper working relationship. Information is made available, and there's agreement on where you will go and where you will not go beforehand. It is of course problematic if Dr. Kizza Besigye now decides to go to, say, Kitante Courts, you know, something that has not been laid out in the program for him to be going to. Unfortunately, the fact that we have this situation right now, I think emanates from the disruption that came earlier, whereby you had certain, I looked at his schedule that was sent around, and I think he had so many places he wanted to go to with very little time for each place. And so I think Kizza Besigye has a problem in deciding where he can go now, and the police has a problem in deciding whether or not to let him go to those places. So I think what can happen now, what would be better, is for the police and the Besigye's campaign team to agree for the next 1 hour. Where are you going? How do we provide security
because
for
it's
you?
just 1 hour to end that.
1 hour,
and maybe, Solomon, before I let you with your guest, Dr. Ruhweza, I would want to know, Dr. Ruhweza, today is the second last day of the campaigns, and tomorrow we'll be seeing a wind up of the entire campaign season, and yet we see one of the candidates, Dr. Besigye, disrupted. Don't you think this is going to be probably it could be used as an excuse for Dr. Kizza Besigye to continue into a campaign probably after the stipulated time?
I think those who are on the Besigye team need to advise him. I think it is important that the laws of the land continue to be respected. And hopefully those who are on his team will advise him appropriately, because I am very sure that his legal team knows what to do and they are advising him along the way. But the flip side of that is that sometimes certain candidates may decide to act in a certain way, and we need to prepare for that. And if that happens, it will be really, really unfortunate. My own view would be that let all parties try as much as possible to work in harmony, respect the laws and guidance that is being given, with necessary modification here and there. Should there be a problem, then I think we should be able to be in a position to negotiate through those issues. Like in this case, I think what is the best thing to do now is negotiate. Let the campaign team of Besigye and the police leadership right at Wandegea have an agreement. Okay, we are going to this place, then we'll go to this place, and when the time is off, everyone will go home.
So perhaps talking about the negotiation bit, think of it this way. You have people crossing through they're supposed to be going to Makerere, then they're saying they're proceeding from the city. The police is saying, look, we need to give you security, and we really need harmonization is the issue you're trying to push. And I don't know how whether indeed that they can get to a common ground, because Besigye is saying, I am late, I will have to go and address that rally. I have let the Makerere rally go, but then I would also want to go and address the other rally. The police says, look, we have to first of all make sure that the traffic route is fine, that many people leaving town going back home. So how do we then harmonize that particular place and then let it go? Let him go.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, really. It's a big challenge. The tempers have risen now. Okay, everyone is at their toes end about what should happen and how it should happen. But I still think that if we call for restraint from both the candidates, not just the candidate, the candidates, and those who are giving security to those candidates, I still think that we could talk things through, because I know for a fact that should Kano Kizza Besigye's team insist on going to wherever they want to go, and yet the police is saying no, then the police, which has the constitutionally mandated powers of coercion, are going to use those powers of coercion. Okay? And at the end of the day, our relatives will suffer as a result of that.
And at that point in time, Dr. Roweza, I'm trying to throw a torch into tomorrow, which is extremely the last day, and we're expecting most of the presidential candidates to wind up their rallies or campaigns tomorrow in the city center. Now, if the police is talking about issues of the kind of masses and of a part of the processions, aren't we seeing an issue of conflicting loyalty? Because we'll still have Dr. Kizza Besigye tomorrow in the city center. We'll have candidate Museveni in the city center. Most likely we might also have John Patrick Amama in the city center. Do we see a likely situation of what has happened today, given the fact that probably the blue camp could decide to use today's scenario to extend what they want to do?
I think the fact that you already have your schedule in place, it will probably be a bit difficult for Kano Kizza Besigye's team to then ask or to then put another day when other candidates have already agreed or have already planned to go to the same venues that he wants to go to today, and he wants to do so tomorrow. Should that happen, there will probably be a problem, just like the problem we see right now. So maybe the best thing that should be done is you win some, you lose some. And I say this really because the nation needs us to be sober-minded at this point and to try as much as possible, just like the NRM chairman Birigwa said, that let's try to be as calm as possible. We may not agree with what is happening, but let us use whatever is legally acceptable to push our campaign forward. Okay? They might have lost a few hours in the day, which is unfortunate, but they can still maximize. In any case, I think by this time, most of the Ugandans have decided on who they are going to vote for. And really, this conclusion of campaigns, I'm not saying that it may not change a few people's minds, but I think by and large, by this time, most people have decided that I think I know who I'm going to vote for, and may not need a lot more convincing on the last day.
I think one of the things that for me comes through is yesterday, on Saturday during the presidential debate, all the 8 candidates were given an opportunity to assure the Ugandans that they will push for a free and fair election, but also a peaceful election.
Yes.
And when Ugandans or the international community looks at pictures like that, like those, it sends out a wrong signal ahead of the 2016 general election.
Yeah, it is true. And this is especially so in light of the history of our country, okay? The history of our country, and it's unfortunate that this specific candidate, Besigye, has had quite a lot of run-ins with the police. My own view would have been that the police would have shown a lot more restraint than they have done today.
Using less force.
Less force and so on. I guess I am quite a pacifist in this regard. You know, try and use as less force as possible. Try and talk things through. Come to a conclusion, because come to a consensus. Because I've known that in so many cases in our history, whenever people decide to talk things through, they kind of come to a compromise. And I think right from the time when he was allegedly going through the city center, if there had been a bit of discussion and more convincing, instead of a resort to the use of tear gas and so on, we probably would not have the kind of situation we have right now. But that is also a probability. I mean, you can never know how emotive people are at that time, and sometimes we have to accept that the police is constitutionally mandated to carry out its duties, which include use of reasonable force.
I love the word reasonable.
But Dr. Rubeza, at this point in time, I would love to see the possibility, probably the percentage possibility of having dialogue between Dr. Kanokiza Besigye and his supporters plus the police, because earlier on, after the arrest and him being delivered at home in Kasangati, he says he doesn't even know the reason why police arrested him, and he continuously says that to them they continue with their defiance campaign of defying what is unconstitutionally constitutionally wrong. And here is the police that says, wait, I have the instruments of coercion, and if I deserve, or if I deem it very, very, important for me to use them out, I will. That is why we've seen him being arrested. That is why we're seeing, tear gas being used. And the question is, are we seeing a level of agreement at any point in time, most especially today?
Well, I think when you're dealing with human beings, anything is possible. When you're dealing with human beings, anything is possible. And in this specific case, when you're dealing with human beings at the level of leadership as Kizza Besigye and the police, these are people who've worked together before. I always think that should tables turn one day, these are people who will even work together again, all right? So much as it is an emotive period and so on, I still think that the police leadership at this point needs to use a lot of emotional intelligence. Try as much as possible to find a consensus with the leadership of the Forum for Democratic Change. It is possible. We do not have a lot of time, that is for sure, but we can agree. I'm sure they can agree on where he can go next, and hopefully that will happen. If it does not happen, like we said earlier, this is not very good for our nation. The presence, like we are seeing now, of the NRM candidates rally is going on very well, while that of the FDC candidate, we can see a lot of police presence and so on. That kind of confrontation is not very good. It is going all over the international media. It is not depicting Uganda in good light at this point. So I'm still hoping for the voices of sanity to take over, and that we shall have some kind of consensus. The tear gassing and all this action that we see is probably not the best way forward.
Chaotic scenes from Wandiga there as police tries to quell the Besigye supporters there. But let's cross over to the yellow camp. President Yoweri Museveni having a rally in Jinja. What is the relevance of Jinja in Uganda's politics, and does Jinja have a bearing on who, if in case one candidate takes over Jinja, does it mean that they will have higher chances of winning the presidential election?
I don't think this is like in America, where if you win Ohio, New Hampshire, then you have chances of winning elsewhere. But we also know that the Jinja has a huge and has historically supported the NRM party almost 100%. So in addition, the fact that the president is going back to Jinja for the second time, I think for me shows that the stakes are high. I may not know the intricate details as to why Jinja is such a powerful place, but probably because the president thinks that his support base there is very important to him. Jinja and many of the places in the Busoga region, that's where some of his crucial support comes from. That's where the current Speaker of Parliament hails from, the third Deputy Premier, I think, Chirunda Chivedinda, and others come from that region. So I do not know why it is so particular to him, but what I am sure of is that Jinja has always supported the president, and he would not want to lose that constituency. And you need to remember that when Besigye visited and went to campaign in Jinja, he had quite a surprisingly large following, and maybe that's why the president has gone back.
Well, perhaps before we can discuss more about Jinja, we've seen someone injured in the chaos, and he has been taken by the police in Wandiga there. Someone remains down, either injured or trying to seek refuge. There, I'm trying to understand what he's doing, either trying to...
he's actually trying to get refuge, looking at the stones that are flying over and the tear gas that is being thrown all over, and quite some arrests are actually being made. So
look at that, Mildred. Someone in surrender, perhaps saying, I am innocent, but the police caught up in a very difficult position right there, Mildred, trying to quell the supporters of Dr. Kizza Besigye, but also they find themselves in a very difficult position of maintaining peace and order, but also of making sure that this doesn't get like really out of hand. Some people being arrested there, if I'm getting it right, or just saying, look, we surrender everything, putting arms up. So it's just a sign of surrender. We're trying to understand the situation in Wandiga, still chaotic as of now. The police trying to put the situation in order. Well, we've just been speaking to Fred Enanga, who is the official spokesperson of police, saying they didn't want to let Dr. Kizza Besigye proceed to his last rally, which of course is supposed to be at Kafumbe Mukasa, after saying that he's not interested in addressing the Makere rally earlier on before the chaos broke out. Now, perhaps if we can go back to the yellow camp, Dr. Roheza, let's talk about Jinja. In itself used to be the industrial city of Uganda, and and that cannot be forgotten, that many of the manufacturers and people who had invested in industries, a lot of money was gotten from the taxes, and many people got jobs in Jinja. Of course, they had lots of factories and industries, but now it's a ghost town of its former past. Is it one of the issues that perhaps the people of Jinja need to highlight to all the presidential candidates who visit, who are also looking for support in Jinja?
It is probably so, although I must say quickly that I do not know whether or not that is what the people of Jinja would want at this point. But it is something that we could analyze and say, yes, it is possibly true that many of the people in Jinja would want the former glory to come back to them. But there may be other issues that the people in Jinja would want to air out to their people, and maybe it would have been good for us to get a representative of those people to come and let us know what exactly are the issues that are specific to Jinja town, and why it is important for those people to air out those specific views to them, and why Jinja is such a huge a big campaign thing for the president, because the president doesn't go twice to each and every city. The fact that he has gone to Jinja for the second time still for me makes me think that there's something there, and maybe the NRM camp should tell us why Jinja is so important to them.
And indeed, of course, I mean, we saw last week Dr. Kizza Besigye in the eastern part of the country. Of course, he also did comb Jinja.
Yes, and he had quite a huge following while he was there.
Well, you can also look at that following of the NRM rally there. The politics of numbers and of crowds perhaps will be put to rest. The arguments of the politics of numbers will be put on the 18th, to rest on the 18th of February.
That is partially true, but you know, many of the people who come for, you can't tell. Some of the people who come for a rally,
that is it. They'll come for Dr. Kizza Besigye's rally. They'll come for Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. They'll come for Maureen Chalia. They'll come for, Amama Mbabazi.
Exactly. Yes. It's a bit difficult. I mean, if you've read An Enemy An Enemy of the People by Henrik Ibsen, it is very difficult for you to be able to gauge what exactly the crowd wants and where the crowd is going. So the bandwagon effect cannot be ignored, for example, but we cannot at the same time ignore the fact that both the NRM candidate, the FDC candidate, and even the Go Forward candidate do have quite huge followings. We'll wait to see on the 18th whether or not those crowd presence the crowd presence does reflect itself in the votes.
Absolutely. Can these crowds translate into votes? It's something that we all can't wait to look out for. Those are live pictures if you've just joined us from Jinja, where the NRM will be holding its rally. Of course, Joseph Sabiti will be giving us an analysis of what's happened in Jinja, and President Yoweri Museveni, of course, I think either he's about to arrive or he's around the corner. But also on the other side, we are following the events at Wandigea there, of course, where we still have chaotic scenes, the police battling with supporters of Dr. Kizza Besigye as they try to block him actually from proceeding to Kafumbi Mukasa after he said that he's not interested in addressing the rally at Makerere University. We are following those stories for you here at NBS, always the command center of politics, as we keep a 360-degree eye on the electoral process. We, of course, indeed, we're keeping an eye on what is happening around the country. Now, we are going to take a very short break, but we return with more of what's happening around the country as we keep an eye on the electoral process. My name is Solomon Serwanja. Do stay with us. We'll return in just a heartbeat.
Trust us to tell you the untold stories. You can believe that we will break the news first. You can have faith that we dig deeper than anyone else. You can have confidence in our integrity. You could rely on us to shine a light on the stories that everyone else is afraid of. Always bold. Always balanced, always authoritative, and always accurate. Live at 9. NBS. Always.
Araba Uganda ya leero. Kyangu okwerabira nti waliwo akaseera eggwanga lino we lyakulukutira omusaayi. Entalo okutta abantu okwekyeyonoonere nga kukulembeddwamu gavumenti yennyini. Emirimu, ebyenfuna n'eddembe ly'okwesalirawo okusaanirawo ddala. Emirembe gy'olaba olwaleero gyagula musaayi. kyokka waliwo bannakigwanyizi abaagala okuzza bannayuganda mu miranga. Oli mwetegefu okufiirwa byonna by'okoze ebbanga lino? Oli mwetegefu okuddamu okuziika obuwanga bw'otamanyina bannyini bwo? Okkiriza okuddamu okubundabunda n'abaana b'amabujje? Ssebo oba nnyabo tokkiriza. NRM ne President Museveni abaanunula Uganda mu ddubi bakyaliwo. Londa NRM, londa Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Obubaka buno bukutuusibwako ssentebe w'akakiiko akanoonyeza NRM obululu mu ggwanga.
Does your skin get so dry it feels like it's cracking? Now with micro droplets of Vaseline jelly. Vaseline lotion deeply moisturizes dry skin and keeps skin smooth and restored for 3 times longer. That's the healing power of Vaseline.
The clock is ticking. We can barely count down every minute and every second. The highest office in the land, plus more than 400 parliamentary seats, will be up for grabs. Ugandans will go to the ballot to decide their next leaders, basing on key issues that touch the very heart of this nation. We'll be live from all corners of the country, following and tracking the results as they come in on NBS TV, on your mobile phone and your tablet. Be sure to join us on NBS Uganda Decide.
In this day and age, news and events happen in the blink of an eye. No story is as simple as it seems. But we take our responsibility to you, our viewers, very seriously. Our coverage of news and events that affect your life is unmatched. We offer in-depth analysis and opinions. We cover everything, everywhere. We dig deeper. We are live, anywhere, always. NBS.
No, don't go. What are you doing? Look at your age. Let me go and pay my electricity bill.
No, let me pay using my phone. Do anything to use Airtel Money. Send money, pay bills, or buy data and stand a chance to get in the box with Airtel Yola Maja, where you can Yola up to 2 million shillings daily or up to 20 million shillings in the grand finale. Dial *185# for Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
A peaceful election is possible. Believe in it and take action.
An election is a contest, but no matter which candidate wins
or loses, peace should be the ultimate victor.
While preparing for the elections, desist from election malpractices, forgery, intimidation, violence, or misuse of public resources.
When you participate in such actions, you risk your life, property, and your integrity.
Politicians, focus on issues that benefit your community.
Voters want to know how you can help them.
Not how bad your opponent is or might be.
On the polling day, don't stand and watch.
Go and vote, for your ballot is your voice. Make it count.
Stay away from all forms of violence, bribery, ballot stuffing, and multiple voting.
When you see violence, do not involve yourself, but rather report to the rightful authorities.
The ballot is your weapon of mass democracy. Use it to guarantee the future.
Vote in peace and give democracy a chance.
Your hero is the politician that accepts defeat and calmly waits for another chance.
I pledge to no violence. Let peace prevail.
Peace, democracy, human rights, and no to violence.
I pledge for a peaceful election. Let's respect democracy and human rights.
A good future for our children and a better Uganda.
What's your pledge?
webetunuulira bajjukira gye bavudde ewala nga wala nnyo n'omukwano mungi nga n'ebikemo bingi naye bawangudde.
What you need as a voter on polling day. Present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
No, don't go.
What are you doing? Look at your age.
Let me go and pay my electricity bill.
No, let me pay using my phone.
Do anything to use Airtel Money. Send money, pay bills, or buy data and stand a chance to get in the box with Airtel Yola Maja, where you can Yola up to 2 million shillings daily or up to 20 million shillings in the grand finale. Dial *185# for Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
I need love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. But Mama said you can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. No, I can't bear to live my life alone. I grow up patient for a love to come my own. But when I feel that I can't go on, these precious words keeps me hanging on. You can't hurry love, no.
We're back with more names and personalized messages on our bottles and cans. So now you can share a Coke and a feeling with family and friends.
NBS. Always.
Indeed, Uganda decides 2016. Now, on Thursday, all of us will go to the polls to decide our next leaders, and we will be casting that ballot in peace. It's just a message from the entire NBS crew. We need a violent-free election. Now, speaking of elections, tonight we've just been going all over the country, bringing you highlights of what's happening. We'll go back to Wandegeya, where, of course, there are chaotic scenes between the police and supporters of Dr. Kizza Besigye. But we will also go to certainly to Jinja, where President Yoweri Museveni is going to be addressing a rally anytime from now, and we will certainly give you an analysis of what's happening here and there as we keep an eye on the electoral process. A colleague of mine, Mildred Tuhaise, joins us on set this evening to just throw more light on that, as indeed we continue to discuss this. Mildred, you have indeed been watching the chaotic scenes at Wandegeya, but also following what's happening in Jinja, where certainly President Yoweri Museveni will be addressing a rally. We perhaps need to join Mildred in just a while as indeed we discuss this in detail. But what so far I can tell you is that there are chaotic scenes at Wandegea where supporters of Dr. Kizza Besigye have clashed with the police, heavy deployment. So if you're going around Wandegea, you need to be very careful with the traffic there and what's happening there. Mildred, you have certainly been following this on NBS, of course, as we've been relaying this live to you. Chaotic scenes. One of the the picture of the day for me is that guy who was lying down, who was trying to take refuge there as the police tries to really calm the situation down. But if you look at the time, Mildred, it's about 35 minutes after 5 o'clock. And it basically means that Dr. Kizza Besigye may not address the rally at Kafumbi Mukasa because he's still a bit stuck in Wandegea. So it means that you've given up the Makerere University rally. You are also going to give up the Kafumbi Mukasa rally. Where does this leave Dr. Kizza Besigye?
Well, to me, truthfully speaking, I'm not seeing Dr. Kizza Besigye addressing any rally today so far. Because, when he set off from Kasangati at about 3 or something, I probably forecasted that he would be addressing 2 or 3 of the rallies that he had planned. But given the fact that we have about 40 minutes into the hour of 5, that means he has less than 30 or 25 minutes to the expected closure of campaigns entirely across the city. And now, given the fact that he's in the city center where the police and all the instruments of coercion are, it is very easy to dwell on whichever candidate in the city goes beyond the hour of 6. So truthfully speaking, I'm not really, unless otherwise, but I'm not really seeing Dr. Kizza Besigye address a rally today. Well, you're looking at the police who also have the responsibility of maintaining law and order, blocking Dr. Kizza Besigye from proceeding to Kafumbi Mukasa. Don't you think they are found between a rock and a hard place? Because you have to ensure peace, but you also have a procession of people who are going to move through the city center to go to Kafumbi Mukasa. It's peak time, Mildred. Don't you think they're in a fix between a rock and a hard place, like Enanga was saying in the interview? I must say, with the media or the people who are covering Dr. Kizza Besigye are the ones between a hard rock and a hard surface. Because here, look, this is the question I was posing to Mr. Fred Enanga clearly. Does he know, or does the police know about the schedules of the various candidates? And most especially, let's put into context Dr. Kizza Besigye, who is right about this time facing whatever he is facing. I'm asking myself, did the police know? Well, we know the candidates change in a way or two their campaign schedules. Now, if the police knows, that is where the question of if they knew whichever route or they earlier advised which route Dr. Kizza Besigye would be able to ply. It leaves us in dilemma because now it is a stunt of whether police is trying to exonerate itself or Dr. Kizza Besigye is trying to just maintain his defiance campaign or defiance message. I think it goes to police and electoral commission to see, to tell the public, to come out clear and tell us whether they both knew about these specific schedules. Absolutely, and I think if it was on schedule that you were supposed to address a rally in Kafumbi Mukasa, then I'm sure this is not new. The Electoral Commission issued out this, the election calendar, and so I'm sure that the copy was given to the police because the police receives orders from the Electoral Commission. But Mildred, I know that a lot of stuff is still happening in Wandegea. We perhaps need to go and listen from Moses Walugembe live for us from Wandegea. That's very true. Let's join Moses Walugembe right about this time to give us what exactly is happening right there. Joining now is Moses Walugembe. Good evening, Moses. It's been a hard day for you, I definitely know.
Well, good evening to you, Mildred. How are you doing?
I am doing great. Now, we would want to know what is the latest coming in from Wandegea, where we earlier on saw heavy police deployment, a lot of tear gas flowing in here and there.
Well, now what happened in Wandagea is Dr. Besigye's procession was stopped right here. Police had to fire tear gas to disperse the huge crowds. He was heading to Makerere University. I'm told he had a rally to address up there, but the crowds were so big, so police had to stop them right here. It was a big procession that police stopped. Now, currently what is happening is there are a number of pockets of supporters within various areas in Wandagea, and that is where police now is concentrating firing tear gas to disperse those small pockets of supporters who are still down deep within Wandagea area. Just like I see, like you can see behind me, police is still right here trying every time, because every time people have been throwing stones and police has been responding with tear gas, and that's how they have been able to probably disperse of the big numbers of people who are right here in Wandagea.
Ghanaian would want to know, Moses, what exactly is going on with Dr. Kizza Besigye? Earlier reports indicated that he probably had foregone the Makerere rally and wanted to go to the city center. Questions of where is he, what could he be doing, what's rising through social media and the people who are watching NBS television. Could we be in the know of what exactly is happening with Dr. Kizza Besigye?
Now, Dr. Kizza Besigye's car is just right behind me right here. And he is still in that car. He has not been arrested. He is still in the car. It is not moving. It is just stuck there. And that's where he is currently. So about where he was proceeding, I cannot be sure. But at least I know that he had a rally at Makerere University, which I think, having reached Wandagea, I probably think that that is where he was heading. Of course, he had other rallies in the city center. For instance, at Nasa Road, where he was stopped earlier on. But also there was another rally at Nakasero Market, and also another rally around Kiseka Market. And probably if you say that he was heading to the city center, all those places were scheduled for him to hold rallies. So I think if he was going to one of them, it probably was on schedule.
Well, Moses, of course, yeah, we continue to confirm to Ugandans that Dr. Kizza Besigye is not arrested. He is still in his car and he is still around Wandagea. Now, the question would be, Moses, do we see any possibility of Dr. Kizza Besigye addressing any whatsoever of his rallies? Because looking at the time, it is just about 20 minutes to the end of the stipulated campaign time for the Electoral Commission.
Now that is where I also pick it from, because I'm not sure, because like you said, time is running. He's supposed to stop his campaigns in the next few minutes, officially according to the Electoral Commission, but he's still stuck here. Police is also still stuck here. The crowds have been dispersed. So it remains to be seen what will happen next, whether he will be able to address the rest of the rallies, because time is running.
Well, and also from there, where Dr. Kizza Besigye is standing, I'm very sure he is totally surrounded by police and, security. What has he spoken to the media in a bit or in a few minutes back? Did he speak to the media? What exactly is he trying to say? Not moving and staying in one place in his car, or is he just being deterred by the security to move ahead or go wherever he wants to go?
Well, we have not yet spoken to Dr. Kizza Besigye. I have not seen any media speak to him. Probably we will walk down there and talk to him later on, but he is still in his car. He has not been arrested, at least I'm sure about that. We will be showing you in the next hours his car just right behind. Maybe let me take you to where Dr. Besigye's car is. Now his car was parked here. Now this... Yes, Mildred?
Moses, you can take us there. That's only if you're safe. If you're showing me of your security, it's okay. You can lead us to where Dr. Kizza Besigye is.
I'm safe. I think I'm safe here.
Okay.
I think I'm safe. And, well, this is the car now, like you can see, and Dr. Besigye is in the car. I don't know whether I can speak to him, but excuse me, doctor. Well, I think he's not willing to speak to me, but like you can hear, tear gas is still being fired in the air to disperse more crowds here in Wandagea, and that is what is happening right now.
Well, it's very unfortunate that Dr. Kizza Besigye can't be able to speak to us right about this time. And tear gas is still being fired. Well, that is all you can be able to see on right there. So tell me the situation of, well, earlier on we were seeing so many people surrounding. Do we see another deserted area in Wandegeya? How about the businesses? Did they close down later on after tear gas started to be dispersed?
Yes, definitely. Most of the people here have closed off their shops. People have been dispersed. The place is basically empty. A few people are still up there. But that's what I can say. Yes, I just took in some tear gas. I'm sorry, Mildred.
Sorry.
Yes,
sorry. Well, sorry about that, but I think, Moses, I would advise, could you please get your tear gas mask on, and then I'll be able to speak to you. I wouldn't mind what kind of sound you give to me. The gas mask is on. Could you go ahead and dress up in your tear gas mask?
Well, let me try it. Let me try it.
Deserted with no cars using this route.
Now, Mildred, of course, there are no cars whatsoever. Most of the cars that are here are just stuck. But, well, there is some kind of movements here by border borders. Like you can see, some border people are moving now to the other side of the road. But so far, there are no vehicles at all. There are only these border borders. And, of course, people who are trying to move back probably to their homes using the road, the side roads here at Wandegeya.
Moses, did we have any kind of audiences or any kind of people who had earlier on waited for Kano Dr. Kizza Besigye at Makerere University, because that is where he was meant to be addressing his rally? And if they were, what happened to the masses that were waiting? Could they still be waiting? Are you privy to any information like that?
Well, I hadn't got information especially about what happened to the crowds. One thing I knew about is there were already crowds waiting for Dr. Kizza Besigye at Makerere University. In fact, I was told that they had filled up the square with lots of people there waiting for him. And about whether they have dispersed now, having heard what happened at Wandegeya, is another thing I'm yet to find out.
All right, well, I am still with you, but if you could just hold it there, just to remind our viewers, you can be able to watch us from wherever you are. On live stream, we're at nbs.ug/live, or you can get us on any other social media center at NBS TV.
Mildred, can I get this off? There is no more tear gas.
Okay, please go ahead and put that off. It's very interesting. You can go ahead and put that off. And well, finally, before I let you go for now, Moses, would you just give us the last bit of what's happening in Wandegeya? We'll be getting back to you much later on. Has the fire been put off, and what is the situation currently like in these very minutes at Wandegeya, Moses?
Can I get that question again, Mildred?
Well, I just want the last bits for now. I want to know what's happening at Wandegeya. Earlier on, you talked about a fire that was being started by the people using car tires there. Has it been put down? And what is the latest of information you can give a Ugandan or whoever is watching NBS TV for now, before I let you go, and I'll be coming to you much later on?
Well, at least now I can see some order again. Although, of course, police presence, the uniformed men are still here, both police and the military. And I can also see police trying to engage some crowds of people right at the other side of the road, trying to talk to them and probably tell them what is happening, and maybe trying to calm them down. Right just here is the anti-riot police. These people have been making sure they protect themselves as people threw stones. And you can see just right over here, people are moving now. Although behind me you see that police trucks are still here in Wandegeya. Although some order is there, at least there is no more tear gas canisters being fired. And probably order will be coming in the next few minutes. But up the buildings, people are still watching closely what is happening. And there is some calm now, although police is still here. I don't know, but I think there is some calm now, Mildred.
Well, Moses Walugembe, I would also want to turn you to Luganda just a bit for our Luganda audience that is watching. But before I get you to Luganda, lastly in English, I would want to know, has there been any kind of remedy to be able to sort out the status quo? For example, anything like dialogue that you've seen between Dr. Kizza Besigye and the police? Because this seems to be the only option that could help calm the situation in Wandegea. Has there been any attempt to dialogue between Dr. Kizza Besigye and the police?
Well, there has not been any kind of dialogue. I've not seen Dr. Besigye speak to police at all since he was stopped. I've only, since he was stopped, he's been in his car waiting and watching in his car. And probably the only dialogue I've seen has been up there, a police officer trying to talk to a group of people who were standing just up there. But there was no kind of dialogue whatsoever.
Well, Moses, nsaba otudire muko mu Luganda essaawa eno kiki oyinza okugamba Omunnayuganda ekigenda mu maaso eWandegea kuba gye buyiseeko tubadde tulaba tear gas na bingi ebibadde bigenda mu maaso tuyitiremu katono nnyo kiki ekiri eWandegea kiki ekigenda mu maaso?
Well, ekibadde Wandegea kibadde nti Dr. Besigye yavudde mu maka ge ng'asazeewo nti agenda kumaliriza programu ye ya campaigns najja mpola mpola naye ng'abantu bangi abamugoberedde bwe yatuuse Wandegea poliisi n'emuyimiriza netandika okuba tear gas n'amasasi awo mu bbanga okusobola okukomya abantu okweyongerayo ne Dr. Besigye. Kati awo wabadde akavuyo era oluvannyuma abantu ne basalawo okwekyanga ne bakanyuga amayinja poliisi nayo nebaddiza ne tear gas. Dr. Besigye n'abeera nga akomye wano era nga bw'olaba wano emabega y'emmotoka ya Dr. Besigye wali awo tannavaawo tannabaako na gwayogera naye ali mu mmotoka ye poliisi yamuyimiriza era ali awo. Ekyo ekibadde Wandegea mu bimpimpi Mildred.
Weewaawo Moses tuyambeko tutegeze kubanga wentunuulira obudde kirabika tusigazizaayo eddakiika nga 18 okutuukira ddala ku budde obw'essaawa 12 eddakiika actually 8 zokka ezibulayo okuweera essaawa 12 ate nga ze zino essaawa zennyini Electoral Commission ze yateekako okubeera nga bakandidate bonna oba abeesimbyewo ku bwa president n'abalala mwe baba bakoma okubeera nga bakuba akakuyege waabwe oba bakampeininga. Tulinayo essuubi lyonna erya Dr. Kizza Besigye okubanga avaawo era singa aba avuddewo tumulaba ddawa?
Well, awo kati nange simanyi kubanga ebiseera ebize biyise mabega Dr. Besigye waliwo enkuŋŋaana ezimu zabadde omanyi alina campaign gye yayita defiance campaign nga campaign ye yakujeemera mateeka era ye bwagamba kati tetumanyi oba ne ku mulundi guno anaasobola okujeemera amateeka n'agenda n'amalayo campaign ze nga bwe zibadde naye nga kyemmanyi nti abadde ne campaign abadde ne rally e Makerere abadde n'olukuŋŋaana ewa Kiseka abadde n'olukuŋŋaana olulala ku Nasa Road gy'ataagenze n'olukuŋŋaana olulala lwabadde ku Nakasero Market. Kakati mu kiseera kino simanyi oba ddala Dr. Besigye anaasobola okweyongerayo kubanga poliisi ye ekyaliwo mbungi n'amagye we gali wano mbungi simanyi oba naasobola ovaawo oba banaamuvuga ne bamuzaayo maka ge nga bwe bakoze omulundi ogwasoose katulinde tulabe.
Well, tweyanziza nnyo Moses Walugembe era tujja kuba tukuddira. This Moses Walugembe giving us an update from what's happening in Wandegea. Situation is calm. That is the latest I can get to you from Moses Walugembe and from the pictures that have been happening on air right now. The situation has returned to normalcy, although the people tried to light up a fire using tires, car tires. The police managed to quell that down. There is heavy deployment. Yes, there is police deployment in Wandegea just to maintain that the situation remains as is. Dr. Kizza Besigye is not arrested. He is still around Wandegea, seated in his car, probably waiting for the next move or waiting for the next direction that police will be taking. But trying to look at the time, it's just 6 minutes to the end of, to 6, which is the stipulated time that most of these campaign rallies are supposed to be stopping. So question on whether Dr. Kizza Besigye will be attending any rally today is most likely not very, very possible. But remember, today is the second last day of the presidential campaigns and on all the other campaigns as Uganda prepares itself to vote starting on the 18th. Remember, I want to remind you each and every day that wake up in the morning. The voting is between 7 to 4 p.m. and on 18th specifically, you vote for the president, you vote for the directly elected member of parliament, and also you vote for the woman member of parliament on the same day. Now, allow me take you, allow the political center get to you, get another place for you, and that is in Jinja. We are activating Uganda for you, and let's connect to Joseph Sabiti standing by with a guest to speak to us. Good evening, Joseph, and please go ahead with the update you have for us from Jinja.
A very good evening to you, Mildred. We are live from Jinja town, where the NRM presidential candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is expected to be addressing a rally here very shortly. But of course, before you arrive, let's get to engage the leadership of the NRM in the area, and we are standing by with the Jinja Municipality West Member of Parliament, Moses Grace Balieko. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, the president chose Jinja as one of the places to come to. And also, there have been reports that among the districts in Busoga, Jinja has the biggest number of opposition supporters. Do you think you can turn around those statistics?
You know, it is true. Jinja is one of the biggest cities in Uganda. And NRM enjoys massive support. And as you look behind here, you can see the huge crowd. This crowd is bigger than the crowd that was there when Besigye was here. Because Besigye never had such a rally. It was just on the streets and then the other place. But when you look at this rally, these are all Jinja people. Nobody has been ferried from anywhere. This is Jinja Municipality East and West combined. And President Museveni enjoys massive support here. And it's definitely, even last elections, Museveni won in Jinja. And even this time, I bet you he's going to win it again.
Okay. Let's talk about your own local politics of Busoga. Yeah. There are concerns that there are so many internal contradictions within the NRM leaders in Busoga. Have you ironed out those issues? Won't it affect the local dynamics?
The good thing, all the what you call these misunderstandings are all minor. They are among the subjects. We all agree on one thing. Our president is YKM7. All of us are for YKM7, and that is NRM. So these other issues here are easy to solve. They're not a very big problem. And to me, I don't see even any problem. It is just the leadership at the party level, who would need to sit down and discuss with the members. People need to listen to each other. That's all. There isn't anything major here. Because people will tell you there's big conflict between MP Balieko and MP Nabeta. We've just been here dancing. There's no problem. Actually, it is the other leaders who think they should put a gap. But there isn't any gap. And for the leadership of Jinja, we have one chairman of NRM, and the rest are members of parliament. So we're okay with that. And I want to assure the public that there isn't any misunderstanding in Jinja. Those are trivial minor issues. Nothing much.
Okay. Since you brought up that issue, there are actual allegations that in the past you've been working very closely with FDC's Paul Mwiru against an NRM candidate. Let's talk about that.
I only worked with Mwiru when he was member of parliament, Jinja East. And I was member of parliament, Jinja West. In this election, I support Honorable Igeme. Because when I was in the parliament, I could not refuse to work with my counterpart for the people, because they have to work for the people. So I don't see that being an issue, that it was wrong for me to work with Mwiru during the time when we were in parliament. We were working as colleagues, but not that I was supporting him as a candidate. No. My candidate for Jinja East is Honorable Nabeta. And I don't vote in Jinja East. I vote in Jinja West, and I have one vote. If I had to vote in Jinja East, I would vote for Igeme.
Okay. Yes. What are you telling your voters in Jinja West as the reason for them to vote for President Museveni? Very many people think your region of Busoga is very disadvantaged.
You know, the president does his part. Even as the leaders, we have to do our part. He has put a conducive environment for industrializing Jinja once again. In these last 3 years, Jinja has had more than 60 factories opening up. If you move this side of town, there are new factories coming up. We have a new bridge coming. Yeah? And then we have more electricity in Bujagali and whatever. But what we have to do for Jinja first is to make sure we elect leaders who can deliver. If we elect leaders who can deliver, there is no the president will work with leaders who can deliver. But I want to promise one thing, that Jinja will be revamped one day and will be back. Okay. Yes.
How do you rate your own race? You are back in the race for the Jinja Municipality West, and we have seen the opposition trying to rally support to snatch the seat away from you. Do you think you'll survive the wave?
I think I will survive because I am a very strong candidate and I have campaigned and I have gone to the masses and they have seen what I have done. That's why you see I have a lot of support. My opponents cannot beat me. God has already blessed me. I'm going to win.
Okay. One more thing, a few minutes, actually a few hours back, the police apprehended the opposition candidate, Dr. Kizza Besigye, before releasing him. Do you think General Kale Kaihura did the right thing at a time like this, 2 days to elections?
NRM is not scared. We are used to this. Besigye has been doing this in the previous elections and we have won. And let us go in the box. It is just Thursday. The results will show. It is not who has more noise. It is what are you telling the people? Our president has a clear message why he wants to be president. And the people of Uganda are going to decide on Thursday. And I'm very sure people are looking for issues. They are not looking